Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, April 27th, 2026. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada.
Please be seated. At this time, I will look to Councillor McPherson to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Attawandaronk, and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'd like to welcome everybody to the council meeting this evening for April 27th. Starting with the mayor's report, just a few notes. We start with, unfortunately, some sad news. It is with sadness that I report the passing of Bill McLean, former director of the Lincoln County School Board, which eventually became the DSBN. On behalf of council and city staff, we offer our deepest sympathies to the family, colleagues, and friends of Bill. Earlier this month, I attended the Marine Club's annual spring luncheon. This year's theme, Beyond the Hype, AI's practical impact on Great Lakes shipping, offered valuable insight into how artificial intelligence is being applied within the marine sector. Thank you to Gina Del Rose Ash, the president of the Marine Club, for hosting such a timely and engaging discussion. As a city built on the strength of the Welland Canal and our strategic position within the Great Lakes, the marine sector continues to play a vital role in St. Catharines' economy, and conversations like these help ensure our local industries remain innovative, competitive, and prepared for what's ahead. Also earlier this month, I was pleased to join the Economic Development and Tourism team to bring greetings at the Sport Tourism Familiarization Tour in partnership with Sport Niagara and neighboring municipalities. The event welcomed national and provincial sport organizations to explore what makes Niagara a premier destination for sport. I'm hopeful that the familiarization tour showcased to the attendees why St. Catharines and Niagara are leaders in sports tourism initiatives, and we look forward to hosting many events in the future. I should say the highlight of the day was refereeing a wrestling match between the representatives from Pickleball Ontario and Tennis Ontario. I knew there was going to be a couple pickleball or tennis players who got that one. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of attending Club Roma's 65th anniversary gala. Over the years, the club has adapted to not only be a place to celebrate Italian culture, but also a premier venue for hosting events, a retirement community, and a restaurant. Its enduring success is a testament to the dedication of its volunteers and the strength of the community behind it. Last week, I was joined by many members of council to attend the city's annual volunteer awards to celebrate all of the wonderful folks that contribute so much to our city. I want to give special congratulations to our Volunteer of the Year, Bruce Krushelnicki, Lifetime Volunteer Service Award winner, Marie-France Marcy, the Spirit of Sport winner, Tim Sabrin, the Equity and Inclusion Champion winner, Jim and Loretta Davis, and the Margaret and Robin McLennan Youth Volunteer of the Year, There's actually 2 this year, Michael Selvig and Molly Nullmeyer. I want to thank all the nominees for sharing their time, their talent, and their treasures with the community. Last week, I was pleased to bring greetings and participate in a municipal leaders panel at the Ontario Business Improvement Area Association's annual conference hosted here in St. Catharines. I want to say a big thank you to the BIA Association for the work that they do in supporting downtowns across Ontario, and to our own Downtown Association for the role they play here at home. Last week, I also had the pleasure of attending the Retired Women's Teachers of Ontario St. Catharines Branch's 70th Platinum Jubilee Luncheon. So that's their 70th anniversary, the Platinum Jubilee Luncheon, not their 70th Platinum Jubilee. The event was an opportunity to thank the women who spent their careers in education and to celebrate the role they played in shaping our community. Last Friday, Councillor Stevens and I were pleased to join the Peanut Mill located at 191 Welland Avenue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. The Peanut Mill was founded in April of 1976 by Antje Worth, mother of the store's current owner and general manager, Jason Sebeslav. It was originally located in Niagara-on-the-Lake. They relocated to St. Paul Street in 1984 and then moved to the Geneva Square Plaza. The Peanut Mill's Natural Foods Market is Niagara's trusted local source for fresh, healthy foods and natural health products. Congratulations on 50 years, and thank you for the continued investment in St. Catharines. This past weekend, I had the pleasure of attending the official grand opening of the revitalization of the Niagara Olympic Club track on behalf of Council. I want to thank Councillor Williamson for being there with me, along with MPP Natalie Pierre and the coaches, the athletes, and the families of the Niagara Olympic Club. This marked a major milestone in the completion of a $1.4 million capital project funded in part through the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund, a provincial initiative delivered by the Ministry of Sport, as well as a city capital investment, contributions from the Niagara Community Foundation, the Wise Guys Charity Fund, and fundraising dollars from the NOC. The project features a major surface upgrade to the track and field facility, improving safety, accessibility, and performance standards for all users, from youth and recreational runners to high-performance athletes. The enhanced venue will continue to serve as a key destination for training, school competitions, and regional events, with OFSA coming up later this spring, as well as the U14, U16, and U18 championships this summer. And I would be remiss if I did not comment on the video that came out of that particular grand opening, where I had to race a group of athletes in a 100-meter race. I finished dead last. Second last, though, was a gentleman who competed for Canada in the Olympics in the 800-meter in Seoul. We were last. I told the kids if I lost to any of them, I was going to be very upset at them because they told me they were instructed to let me win. So I told them, please don't do that, and I have been in a fair amount of pain ever since the race. Yesterday, I joined the Armenian community to remember the victims of the Armenian genocide and to stand in solidarity with Armenian communities here in St. Catharines and around the world. We honor their memory by ensuring their stories are never forgotten and by reaffirming our commitment to truth, justice, and human dignity. I also had the opportunity yesterday to join Councillors Lindell and Miller to help celebrate 150 years at Westminster United Church. Westminster's story began with just 29 members in 1876, and from those early days to today, their growth reflects people coming together with a shared purpose and continuing to build on that foundation. So congratulations to Westminster on their significant milestone. I want to give congratulations to the Governor Simcoe's Symbotics team, who recently won the Ontario Provincial Championships. This is the third time the team has been named provincial champion since the event's inauguration in 2017. Congratulations from City Council. You will all be excited to know they are headed to the World Championships, I believe, at this very moment down in Houston, where they have done exceptionally well in the past. They have brought home a World Championship to St. Catharines before, and we cheer them on once again this year. Last week, as part of the Mayor Links visits, I had the opportunity to tour Linerworks, a St. Catharines-based manufacturer specializing in custom pool liners. It was great to be there to see the recent expansion and the craftsmanship behind their products. I also got to visit Lost and Found Yoga, a locally owned yoga and Pilates studio operated by Bill and April Jansen, located at 400 Scott Street. The business has expanded in the plaza to take up multiple rooms, offering a wide range of classes, workshops, and wellness services, all centered around creating a welcoming and supportive community. I would imagine if I spent more time at Lost and Found Yoga, I probably would not have been in as much pain after the 100-meter race. I also visited All Figure Lingerie and Swimwear, a boutique in downtown St. Catharines that offers a highly personalized shopping experience focused on comfort and confidence. The team takes the time to understand each customer, helping women find pieces that reflect their personality and where they are at in life. It's great to see how their approach is empowering women through thoughtful, curated service and creates such a welcoming space in our community. So thank you to Linerworks, to Lost and Found Yoga, and All Figure Lingerie and Swimwear for having the team visit, and thank you for all of your investment in our city. On that note, myself and a couple others, Councillor McPherson being one of them, had the opportunity to open the Mule downtown in St. Catharines earlier today. It was a fantastic experience. The tacos there are incredible. If you are in the downtown getting ready to go see perhaps the Symphony at the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre or a Niagara River Lions game, it is a fantastic mid-price range restaurant newly in our downtown with a fantastic track record. And finally, for me, a reminder to all to join us this Saturday, May 2nd, from 12 until 4 p.m. at Montebello Park as we celebrate 150 years of incorporation as the City of St. Catharines. This free, family-friendly event will feature food, live entertainment, and plenty of moments to enjoy with friends and family to celebrate our city. I hope to see you there. With that, I will open the floor to any members of council who would like to add a commentary to the mayor's report. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, I had the opportunity to, alongside yourself and Councillor Phillips, visit Beacon Christian School for their class project and presentation on safe drinking water. Very impressive to see the project and what they've done to, in all their work, actually working with Indigenous communities outside, not just within Ontario, but outside the province as well. I just want to thank Mr. Brooks for the invite. It was a great and very informative presentation by his class. I was able to visit the Severe Developments project that's known as 455 Welland Avenue, which is the old Black Sea Hall. I encourage my colleagues to take a drive by and see what good building looks like. It's coming along quite quickly, and it's a project that fits really nicely, I believe, within that, with that area. So congratulations to Severe Developments on their progress on that property. Over the weekend, I did venture outside of St. George's Ward, and just a shout out to Cully Sports Bar for hosting and being the official home of the Buffalo Sabres during the great playoff run that they're having. Great win last night by Buffalo. Just want to thank Adrian and his awesome team over at Cully's. And I was also able to visit the Mule. Great tacos, as you just said. Congratulations to them on their opening, and sorry to the ward councillors for stepping outside and, you know, checking out the downtown. So anyways, thank you for that. And again, that's what I've been up to the last couple weeks. Thanks.
Downtown patronage is always welcome from all parts of the city. We encourage our ward councillors to step outside the bounds. Just make sure you get your passport stamped. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The St. George's Anglican Church will on May 3rd be having their 64th annual baby shower. It is a soup, sundae, and tea for community care. So they're inviting folks to join them either at the service or after the service for donations. And people can bring donations of diapers, wipes, bottles, formula, toys, blankets, onesies, all the things that babies need. I have no idea what a baby needs. And as well, also at St. George's, Reverend Martha, who is there, is having a book launch for her book about Anne Boleyn on May 5th at 6 p.m. and $5 from each book sale. And the proceeds from the cash bar will be going to the St. George's Outreach and Ministries program. Also want to say thank you to everyone all of the city staff who were at the tree giveaway. It was cold, it was rainy, and Councillor Stevens, we missed you, but we understand that you are delicate and unable to get out in the chill. Okay, 5 minutes left. All right. Anyway, it was a great day or a great morning, cold, but it was fantastic. And the final thing is I want to just embarrass my nephew, Jack, whose birthday is today. He turns 18. So happy birthday, Jack.
All right. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was able to represent you last week at a press conference for a presentation or a show that's coming to the Performing Arts Center August 7th to 9th, three days. It's called My Mulan, and it's a fantasy dance drama. I'll read what the audience are saying. The performance is full of energy. It keeps audiences mesmerized with its vibrant costumes and stage production. Besides the visual allure, the original music scores are very catchy and powerful to bring out the positive themes of piety and courage. I am proud of the strong female role models like Mulan who have been around for so many centuries. Looks like they were here last year and they were so pleased and impressed with the Performing Arts Center staff and the audiences that they decided to come back for this year. An interesting part is they're auditioning local young people as dancers to perform in their shows. So if you have a child who's interested in dance, I would say go online and find out when you can get an audition. But it was very interesting, looks good, and I know you were there last year and you indicated that you enjoyed it, so good luck to them.
Good luck to them as well. Yeah, it was a fantastic show last year.
And
So.
also, I was made aware today that the two bridges at crossing Walker's Creek between Parnell and Linwell are almost finished. We were originally told that it might not get done until the fall. Then we were told, thanks to Mr. Martuccio, who put a little bit of pressure on, that it would be done by the end of June. Rankin Construction have them almost finished now, and they look great. So thanks to Mr. Martuccio for pushing hard, and thanks to Rankin Construction for, as usual, getting things done ahead of time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner. Oh, okay. My apologies. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's a bit of a busy week. Last week I had the pleasure to do a ride-along with our St. Catharines Fire Service, and it's a young man's game, that's for sure. But I did keep up with them a little bit. It was a light day, but to tour the new training tower down at Renown there, that was a good investment on our part to keep our local firefighters trained and up to date on all the new stuff. There was a recruit there. It was the second day on the job, and you know what you learn in school. But the guys took him down to the tower, and they honed their skills a little bit. And I got to hold the hose, big deal. But it's a lot of work, and it was a lot of fun. I really thank them for that, and I got a new perspective of our fire services. And I was told we had an unusually light day, so there was only about 4 calls, and it was nothing major, thank goodness. A couple other things. Lions Club, Grantham Lions Club Fish Fries this Friday, May 1st. Check it out. Folk Arts Festival's kicking off with their Ambassadors Ball Thursday night at the Polish Society on Facer Street. There's probably still some tickets available. And the first open house will be at Club LaSalle on Friday in Grantham Ward. Also, if you're looking for a smile cookie, I'll be making cookies on Friday afternoon at Ontario Street for Hospice Niagara. And follow up on my ward councilors about Sphere Development. These guys are really doing a good job. And I was also told that it's a rental property and there should be occupancy for January and February 2027. They're pushing for it. And from the look of it, they're really moving on that. One more quick thing, tomorrow morning, 7:30, Fallen Workers Memorial Day for all our workers that unfortunately couldn't make it back home after work. 7:30 in the morning at the memorial by the museum, followed by the memorial at 8:30 below the Skyway, and I believe later in the afternoon we're still doing it at 4 o'clock outside City Hall. So, it's a good thing to check it out. Nobody should ever have to go to work and then not return home.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You did already mention about the Governor Simcoe robotics team. Symbotics won 11-14. Yes, indeed, they're on their way to Houston. And last weekend, Melody and I were able to attend the final championships at the Niagara Falls Convention Center. It was an amazing performance, and it really is a huge accomplishment for the school and a couple of the teachers that really devote a lot of the time and effort into making it happen. Yesterday, the Port Dalhousie Beautification Works Committee held their cleanup. Wisely, they moved it from Saturday to Sunday. Unfortunately, neither ward councilors there, whether we were there in spirit, and just want to say thanks to the people who did show up and help clean up the grounds in and around Port Dalhousie. Saturday night was also the Grantham Optimists Trivia Night. Was pleased to participate in that. It's an important fundraiser for the club, and thanks to all the people who also participated. Yesterday was the Early Bird Regatta at St. Cat's, brought to us by the St. Catharines Rowing Club. I understand there was some issues with fog and some delays, etc. And the next regatta will be Mother's Day, which typically features some interesting weather, and they're always in need of boat holders, like shell holders and boat drivers. So if you could spend some time to do that, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for mentioning the early bird. I forgot to mention, it was fun to be out on Rennie Island yesterday, yelling and screaming our lungs out. A lot of rowing parents were very happy to be back out on the course. So, Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out to everyone that tomorrow afternoon here at Council, on the third floor, there's going to be a public meeting for the construction that is going to start on Merritt Street from the rail bridge to Glendale Avenue. And it's a great opportunity for people to come out and see what's going to be happening and how long it should take. It's a major arterial road, so I think a lot of people should be interested in finding out what's going to be going on. Also, Councillor Williamson mentioned the trivia. It's a major fundraiser for a lot of groups, so whenever somebody has a trivia night, I know we always mention it. We were at the Grantham Lions Trivia, Family Feud Trivia. Mr. Mayor, your Chief of Staff, Brianne Whitty, Councillor Stevens, Councillor McPherson, myself, and various family members. We were first until our anchor left us, Mr. Mayor.
I had to see my family. I'm sorry.
And then we ended up finishing third. So, but it's a great night. And if you see anybody who is doing a trivia night, whether it's the Performing Arts Center or it's a Lions Club or a Cystic Fibrosis Association, please go out and support them because it's a great way for them to get their money and raise funds so that they continue doing good work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lindell. And I'm glad that Councillor Lindell mentioned that because I got blamed last year when we lost, so. All right, that looks to be the conclusion of the mayor's report, so I'll now look to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
So there are two items that are pulled from discussion, from consent to discussion. Item 6.3, resident beach parking permits, and item 6.4, procedure bylaw, section M 6.4, motions not appearing on the agenda. There is a delegate registered for item 6.3, which is beach parking, so that item will be moved ahead to just after item 7.2. There's 4 items of additional correspondence in Council Sugar Sync folder. These were submitted after Thursday's council correspondence listing and will appear on this Thursday's council correspondence listing, which is found on the city's website. So the one is from a petition from residents regarding 579 Ontario Street, and there's also a letter from Getty Pulowski regarding the same application. And then there's a letter from Laura Bariza and a letter from Patty Kopp regarding 704 Niagara Street.
All right, item number 3, the adoption of minutes. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, adoption of the agenda. All those in favor of the agenda as amended? Opposed? And that's carried. Adoption of the minutes. Council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on April 13th, 2026. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Councillor Stevens?
14.1, closed session, 2.1. I'm a member of the club.
All right, thank you, Councillor. As a reminder, councillors are required to submit written statements of their declarations via the online form as well. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? All right, seeing none. We'll move on to item 5, motion to move consent reports. Item 6.3, resident beach parking permits has been moved from consent to discussion by Councillor Dodge. Item 6.4, procedure bylaw 2024-155, section M 6.4, motions not appearing on the agenda has been moved from consent to discussion by Councillor Williamson. Can I get a motion that council approve the balance of the consent agenda? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Phillips. And I will look to the clerk to read the list of consent reports and call the recorded vote.
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Naming Rights Agreement for Rotary Club of St. Catharines, Lakeshore, Berkeley Park, Sun Shelter. And item 6.2, Engineering Facilities Environmental Services, Rotary Park Pump Station Repairs. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Mako,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
The declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience that views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. With that, we will move on to item 7.1, Planning and Building Services. Planning Services application to amend the city's zoning bylaw, subject lands 579 Ontario Street, owner applicant Vier Brewers, Inc. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the proposed application and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a specified person or public body as defined in the Planning Act or the registered owner of the land does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to council making its decision, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Also, that person may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the application. The agent will speak and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Members of the public wishing to speak were asked to register by 9 a.m. today and 3 people registered. After they have spoken, I will ask if there is anyone in the gallery that would like to speak. The deadline to submit additional written comments not previously published on the council correspondence listing was 12 p.m. today, and 2 additional items of correspondence were received. After the speakers are done, the public meeting will be closed, and then council will be able to ask staff questions and will consider the application. At this time, the public meeting is now open, and I now call upon Dasha Litvinyak, planner, to present.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present staff's recommendation for the zoning bylaw amendment application at 579 Ontario Street. The property is outlined in red and is illustrated on the screen. It is located at the intersection of Ontario Street and Spark Street. The site is currently occupied by a retail store. The surrounding neighborhood contains a variety of uses. To the north is a medical building. To the west are residential dwellings. To the south is a mixed-use building, and to the east is a retirement community. The applicant is proposing a 3-story residential addition above the existing commercial building, resulting in 12 residential dwelling units while retaining the ground floor commercial use. A total of 13 parking spaces are proposed, including 7 for commercial use and 6 for the residential use. The building footprint will largely remain untouched, with only expansion being a minor increase to the stairwell area. Parking will remain in its current configuration, with the spaces located at both front and rear of the property. The preliminary design proposes a 4-story mixed-use building. The design includes balconies to provide private amenity space for the residential units, and the existing retail store is proposed to be remained on the ground floor. The official plan provides a framework for permitting medium-density development on arterial roads through a zoning bylaw amendment. As the proposal aligns with those policies, no official plan amendment is required. The zoning bylaw zones the site as low-density residential, R1, and the zoning bylaw amendment requests to rezone the property to medium-density residential, R3, with a new special provision 196. The special provision 196 would increase the maximum density The increased density is appropriate given that the site context, transit access, and mixed-use nature. It maintains building compatibility, provides adequate amenities and parking, and contributes to housing supply within the established urban area. The special provision will also include permitted uses expansion. The current use is a retail store. Expanding permitted uses would include restaurant, service commercial, and office, maintains the site neighborhood serving function. This flexibility supports evolving needs while aligning with official plan policies for local neighborhood convenience commercial centers. The special provision also proposes to reduce parking ratios for residential uses and commercial uses. Reduced parking is supported due to proximity to transit, walkable amenities, and bicycle network system. The parking supply adequately accommodates residential and commercial needs while maintaining functionality. The special provision will also reduce building setbacks. The setbacks reduction reflects existing building condition and site constraints. Impacts are minimal as the exterior building setback abuts a road and the interior building setback abuts a commercial use. The special provision will also reduce balcony setbacks. Reduced balcony setbacks are appropriate as they remain accessory and modest in scale and are integrated into the design. They provide private amenity space without causing adverse impact on the privacy, shadowing, and neighborhood character. The special provision will also reduce landscape buffers. So landscape buffer reductions are supported as adequate buffering can be achieved through the fencing and planting. Boulevard landscaping will enhance the streetscape where feasible, and overall landscaping represents a significant improvement to the current paved site. Lastly, the special provision would reduce landscape open space and soft landscaping. Although full compliance is not achievable due to site constraints and parking needs, the proposal introduces new landscaping where none exists currently. The applications were circulated to city departments and external agencies for review, and no objections were received. An open house was held at the City Hall on February 25th to present and discuss the proposed amendment. At the open house, residents raised several concerns. The first concern is regarding density and neighborhood fit. The proposal introduced a modest intensification with a 3-story addition and 12 residential units. The height and massing are compatible and existing setbacks are maintained, and similar or taller building along the corridor support appropriate integration. Concern regarding parking supply and circulation. The proposal has been revised since the open house to provide parking for both residential and commercial uses. Although reductions are required, the layout improves the circulation, functionality, and includes opportunities for screening and landscaping enhancements. Concern regarding traffic. Development uses the existing access points of 2 roads, maintaining safe circulation. Due to the modest scale and significant traffic impacts are not anticipated. Concern regarding building design and accessibility. The addition is designed to integrate within the existing building and surrounding context. Private balconies are provided for amenity space, while accessibility and functionality of the site will be addressed through the detailed site plan and building permit review. Concern regarding servicing and construction impacts. The site is within the serviced urban area, and servicing will be addressed through site plan. Construction impacts will be temporary and managed in accordance with the city standards to minimize disruption to the surrounding properties. And lastly, concern regarding landscaping, trees and buffers. The site is currently lacking landscaping. The proposal introduces new planting and buffering. While some requirements cannot be fully met, improvements will be secured and refined through site plan process to enhance the current site conditions. The staff have reviewed the proposal against local and provincial policies and are satisfied that the proposal meets the confirms as outlined in the slide and is outlined in detail in the recommendation report. The addition to the existing building is appropriate and desirable as the development represents appropriate use of the lands. And in conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that the council approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment as recommended in the technical report, as the proposal is aligned with applicable provincial and local policies. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Dan Romenko, the Senior Planner and Managing Partner from Better Neighborhoods, Inc., to present. Mr. Romenko, welcome.
Mr. Mayor and residents, my name is Dan Romenko. I'm a planner with Better Neighborhoods, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, owner of 579 Ontario Street. Staff done a very comprehensive job in their presentation, so I'll just kind of blow through mine here. As was noted, the current land use designations for the property are residential in nature. There are some adjacent residential uses, but there are also commercial and institutional uses in this area, particularly located at the corner of Ontario Street and Lakeport, which is then a compiled area for this site in terms of its consideration. These are images of the site. You can see it's fairly hard surface in nature, and you can see some images of the intersection. I think it's fair to say that you know, it's quite non-permeable presently, and this application will make this much more landscape friendly. You also note that the region has recently done a road improvement along here, and while they're asking for a right-of-way, which we don't believe is necessary, given the fact that it was just recently completed, we're not going to argue it, but it does impact some of the variances that we're seeking this evening. So on the left, you can see the existing conditions, very hard surface, and what we're proposing on the right. This is the front elevation. It's worth also noting that this business is commercial business, which conflicts with the current residential use, and it's been in operation for over 50 years, and at this location for over 40, I understand. So it's well established. And this is taken from the rear of the parking lot. You can see the access from the stairwells, which they don't have windows on them. And then that's the means of egress. And the south elevation, or Spark Street elevation, is the one on the left, and then the parking lot to the north would be the elevation on the right-hand side. So you can see in relation to the existing land use designations and zoning of this particular site, it seems a little odd that it's considered R1, but there is support given the fact that it's along an arterial road to enhance and increase the density, or the designation from R1 to site-specific R3. So we are, as staff have indicated, proposing a 4-story, that's 12.9 meters in height, mixed-use building with 3 levels of residential above, 12 units of residential apartments, which is 4 per floor. At the moment, they're just conceived as single-bedroom units, around 550 square feet. The commercial first floor is to be retained, and we are seeking a reduction in parking, 7 attributed to the commercial use and 6 for the residential use that's being proposed. There is 1 accessible space out front included, and of course we're including bicycle parking and storage at the rear. So there are a number of variances attached to this application. I don't know that I need to go into detail, but I'm happy to review them as they relate to the site, if council should wish. But in closing, this application represents good urban design. It's going to improve the streetscape along Ontario Street and add landscaping where there is currently none. It's going to provide attainable housing to address the housing supply gap. There are amenities provided through the balconies of each of the units. It's right along a bus route and within walking distance to daily needs. and it adaptively reuses an existing building and infrastructure. In closing, we have reviewed the report from staff and are in agreement with the conclusions. We think this represents good planning, and we ask council to approve. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Romanko. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Romanko. Could you just talk about you mentioned attainable housing, and we always get caught in the words. Is there a plan for, when you say attainable, what do you mean?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, these are not affordable in accordance with the provincial definition, but they are more accessible housing forms given the size and the location and the demands for parking.
Okay. And you said that the property is currently zoned residential? Is that, okay. So you're just asking essentially for it to come into compliance, sort of? Or changing the use, but keeping because we're keeping the store, I'm assuming, and hoping, mostly because of the cheese.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this was a hard application to fit within the current zoning category, given the fact that there's both residential and commercial uses. The best way to get there was develop this sort of hybrid special use kind of permission to permit the existing commercial use to continue and add the additional residential above.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question, Mr. Romanko, is the Ontario Building Code, as I understand it, building like this, anything 3 stories or higher, anything above 3 stories requires an elevator for, the report talks a lot about accessibility from the external factors, but from an internal factor, this does not have elevators. I just wonder if you could explain that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the proposal hasn't yet been designed with the specifics for the building code as yet. It's somewhat conceptual still. We recognize that 4-story walk-up is difficult from a market perspective as well. So this application represents sort of the maximum opportunity. It may be possible to reconfigure an elevator within the building. Obviously, that would change the economics of the proposed development. So those are all considerations still to be worked out.
Right, yeah. Market considerations, but I thought the Ontario Building Code demanded that you had to have an elevator when it was over 3 stories.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not an expert on the building code, but if one would be required as part of the meeting the current building code, then it would need to be included.
Okay, thanks. And we know that adding an elevator adds to the cost. Would it be a consideration, and did you look at just adding 2 stories instead of 3 stories? And would that be a reason potentially to reduce the number of units and make the residents in the residential area behind it happy?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't believe the height is a concern here, given any impacts to shadowing. So I don't think the 2 to 3 story would have any difference in terms of the impact to any neighboring residents. There is other alternatives to providing, 2-floor units, for example, that could be considered lofts, or there's a lot of ways we can deal with this. So it's our intention presently just to keep it at 4 stories.
And I know we're going to be hearing from at least one local resident. One of their concerns is with the parking reduction to 3/4 of a space per unit as opposed to 1 per unit. What's going to happen with the spillover parking? It will affect, if we run into that, where are those people going to park?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the parking attributed to the residential is obviously a shared use. So, it's complemented with the absence of the commercial uses. Given the fact that it's geared towards rental programming, there is an opportunity for the leaseholder to manage the parking within that. There is a bus route. There is expected less demand for car ownership, given the fact that these are, again, more attainable housing opportunities where they're 500 square foot, 1 bedrooms. So we don't believe the demand is going to be there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, the presenter. One of the questions I have is, what page it's on? Page 10, on some of the requirements on your, the setbacks, particular number 3. Requirements 3 meters and the proposed is 1 meter. But the footprint of the building is not changing. Is the reason for this asking for a 0 as opposed to 3, is it because now that we're changing the zoning, we have to re-ask for that? Because the building's already there, so you're not changing the footprint, right? So basically you already have a 0 buffer then?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can you be more specific about which variance you're
I'm
referring
looking
to?
at the, the front line, number 3, front line on Terrace Street, you required 3 meters and it proposes a 0, but, so you're really not changing anything physically, so is that the only reason the ask is for that is because of the change in the zoning? Like if the building never, if you only added something minor, then you wouldn't have to do this type of thing. That's my understanding.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the
Yeah, like
actual
I
variance.
just think some of the setbacks that are required, and then you're asking for less, but I don't see the building hasn't physically changed, so the setbacks are already not within the allowed, because the building's already there. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, some of these variances are to recognize the existing condition of the building location. For instance, reduced interior lot lines and similarly the reduced setback to the balconies. I believe the reference to the 0 from 3 that you were making had to do with the landscaping buffer.
Okay.
The landscaping buffer is not possible technically on the property, given the fact that the right-of-way will be taken. However, the landscaping proud of the parking spaces will be included within the boulevard to compensate for the landscaping that is being reduced here.
Right, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. When getting back to the elevator, when you're talking about if you were to need to put in an elevator, would that mean that you possibly could not be attainable still?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a good question. It would certainly change the economics of the building. As I said, at this point in time, the drawings have not been completed, but the intention here with the current number of units that are being sought would be to only permit, attainable homes. So the economics, as I said, would change, and you'd probably be into a condominium or something like that in order to achieve something with an elevator and to look after the long-term maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Dodge. Are there any further questions? Councillor Kushner.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is you have a public information meeting, and I understand there's some concern. Did you change the plan in response to those concerns?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the application has not changed substantially through that feedback. We have had follow-up discussions with staff on some of those concerns and addressed them in the best way that we could, but largely it has been unchanged since the public meeting.
And the commercial aspect of it, if there were not commercial there now, would you have put commercial in on the first floor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, well, that's a very big hypothetical. I would think that it would be appropriate to have commercial along the corridor. Residential at the ground floor is very difficult from a marketing perspective to have people live within that interface. So it would make perfect sense to have commercial here. But it's hard to speculate what the design of the site would look like in the absence of the building that's presently there.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Romenko, I did have one question, just with relation to the road widening. What exactly was the explanation for the need for road widening, given that the road has recently been reconstructed? And I mean, I think we all hope it does not have to need to go through a road reconstruction for another 25 or 30 years.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that there was a satisfactory explanation provided. There's just the authority to take the road widenings, and that's what we have to work with.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Romanko, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Prior to discussing the report, we will first hear delegations from Juliana Pulaski, Marie Ann Seeler, and Irmgard Pulaski. I will now call upon Juliana Pulaski to speak. And I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Okay, excellent. Ms. Pulaski, the lectern's yours. Do you have something to hand out?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you want to give it to the clerk here, she can. Okay.
And also, there's some more pictures and things like that, just to give it a little more context.
Okay. So for those who are at home, just know an information package is being handed out along with some pictures and additional information.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Juliana Pulaski, and I live at 5 Spark Street. I'm also speaking on behalf of immediate family members, neighbors, and supporters of the petition included in tonight's correspondence package. Before addressing this proposal, I would like to briefly share our family's history on Spark Street. Our family has lived on Spark Street for over 70 years, since 1956, when my grandparents purchased 5 Spark Street directly from Percy Sparks and Mary Cole of the original Cole Farm. Next door, my great-uncle purchased the historic May Clark Seiler home at 3 Spark Street. We are deeply rooted here. This is not simply property to us. It is home, history, and community. I want to begin clearly. We are not opposed to development. We understand cities evolve, but growth must follow the planning policies and framework that exists to protect communities. This proposal does not. The staff report describes this as modest intensification. However, the numbers tell a different story. The proposal seeks a density of 135 units per hectare, while the city's official plan, the City of St. Catharines Garden City Plan, sets a maximum of 99 units per hectare. That is more than 30% increase above the intended limit. That is not minor. It is a clear departure from the official plan. The proposal also relies on extensive relief from zoning bylaw 2013-283. Side yard setbacks reduced from over 6 meters to 0.5 meters. Required landscape buffers were reduced from 3 meters to 1.3 meters. Landscape open space reduced from 35% to approximately 16%. Residential convenience commercial floor area increased from 5% to 26.5%. Exterior yard setbacks reduced from 5 meters to 1 meter. These are not small adjustments. They are substantial reductions to core development standards. We understand some existing deficiencies may be legal non-conforming conditions tied to the current building, but adding new variances on top of an already constrained site is where this proposal crosses the line. Rather than solving limitations, it intensifies them. Compatibility is critical. The Garden City Plan, particularly Section 7 stable neighborhood policies, requires appropriate transition, buffering, and respect for existing neighborhood character. The Niagara Region Official Plan also requires new development to integrate appropriately with surrounding areas. The site is on a sensitive boundary. Ontario Street is designated a linear commercial corridor, but immediately west, where we live, is a stable neighborhood. The intent is a careful transition, not an abrupt wall of intensification. A 4-story high density building with 0.5 meter setbacks does not create transition, it creates conflict. Parking is another serious concern. Under the zoning bylaw, residential uses require 1.25 parking spaces per unit. That means approximately 15 spaces for the residents alone. The proposal provides only 13 total, including the commercial component. There is no realistic accommodation for visitors, employees, or overflow demand. The result will be predictable: spillover parking onto Spark Street, Phil Park Road, and Zeraldo Road. Spark Street is narrow, has no sidewalks, and limited capacity. Phil Park Road already experiences overflow parking from nearby facilities, including Royal Henley Retirement Community. This is not simply inconvenient, it is a safety issue. The report references transit access, cycling, and operational control, but transit in this area is not frequent enough to replace vehicle ownership. Cycling is seasonal in Canada, and lease agreements do not eliminate the reality that people own cars. Traffic impacts are also dismissed without a traffic impact study. The provincial planning statement requires infrastructure decisions to be based on adequate and appropriate data. Without a traffic study, claims of minimal impact are assumptions, not evidence. Residents already experience delivery trucks reversing vehicles, congestion, and near misses, especially during school hours. There are also servicing concerns. Provincial policy requires that infrastructure capacity be available and sufficient before development proceeds. Our sewer system is already strained. We have personally experienced backup issues. Adding this level of intensity without demonstrated upgrades is premature. Accessibility is another concern. This is proposed as a 4-story building with no elevator currently committed. A building of this scale without vertical access excludes seniors, individuals with mobility challenges, and many families. Inclusive housing should be genuinely accessible from the start, not maybe added later. It is also important to note that this site is not identified as a major intensification area in the official plan schedules. Growth should be directed to appropriate locations, not applied indiscriminately. We have heard arguments about housing supply and underutilized land, but underutilization alone is not planning justification. Housing policy does not override compatibility, infrastructure, or good site design. This proposal affects far more than one property. It affects dozens of surrounding homes. It increases congestion, reduces safety, and changes the character of a long-established neighborhood. It also sets a troubling precedent if a proposal can exceed density limits and rely on major variances because the site is overbuilt, then standards become negotiable. That weakens confidence in the planning framework citywide. In conclusion, I recognize and support the province's housing targets, and I commend the city for its progress. My concern, however, is that in trying to meet those targets, too many applications may be approved with significant variances, even when approval does not guarantee construction. That concern applies to 579 Ontario Street, where I understand construction may not begin for 5 to 7 years. If so, these units may not contribute to the 2013 target at all. So I asked, what is the planning rationale for approving major variances now for a project that may not deliver housing within the required timeline? Growth should be achieved responsibly in line with sound planning principles and long-term interests of the community. At 3 every afternoon when my children walk home from the bus, I am not thinking about intensification targets. I am thinking about whether they can get home safely on a street with no sidewalks, limited visibility, and increasing traffic. This proposal would make that worse. For over 70 years, Spark Street has been a stable, safe, close-knit community where children could play, neighbors knew one another, and families built their lives with confidence and security. That stability did not happen by chance. It is the result of planning policies working as intended. Once that safety and cohesion are gone, they are not easily restored. I respectfully ask Council to deny this application or at a minimum require a complete redesign that complies with the official plan, zoning bylaw 2013-283, and the provincial planning statement. Growth is important, but it must happen responsibly in the right place and in a way that protects the communities that already exist. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions, Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your delegation tonight. Thank you for your email, and thank you for bringing this tonight as well. My question through you, Mr. Mayor, is I know at the end you've said that you want them to go back and do a redesign. What type of design would you be okay with in that space that would not feel that you would not be in your space, not be invaded on?
I think, in my personal opinion, I believe that one story on top of ram makers would be sufficient. The reason why I say that is because when you go down to JC Gardens, there's already development there that has commercial at the bottom and has housing at the top. which doesn't seem to impede on anything that is going on there. So to me, 1 row, 4 units would be sufficient.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Thank you for putting this presentation together. It's very comprehensive, Juliana. And unfortunately, Councillor Mako isn't here with us tonight. The other representative from Port Jallousie Ward, of course. You mentioned compatibility and say that it's critical. In the planning report, there's lots of mention of the higher density buildings in the neighborhood. But your focus here, because I have to ask you questions, is about the dominant residential lower density that aren't right on the main, like right on Ontario Street.
Yeah, so basically, the Royal Henley does not come up or share a road with a small residential road. So therefore, it's okay, and they also have enough parking for them there. Whereas this proposal shares a road or even a parking, the way that they're going to be accessing the parking through the back, through a small residential road. It's not just on Ontario Street. I know the actual designation of the property is Ontario Street, but it is on Spark Street as well. Their entire one side is on Spark Street, and the parking in the back is going to be on Spark Street.
Right. So you just mentioned that Royal Henley has a fair bit of parking, yet you still experience overflow parking from it and other sites around there. How many cars are there on your street and on Phil Park on a regular basis? You go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, from what I saw today when I drove by down Phil Park, there was at least 4 parked on Phil Park on both sides of the road.
And have residents called parking enforcement about these over the years?
That I am not aware of. That was not shared with me when I went around talking to the community. Okay. But they did express to me that this was going on.
And some of the planning rationale behind this is that it is on a main street and that there's transit available, good public transit available. How many residents, I mean, you mentioned your children taking the school bus. How many other residents in the neighborhood that you're aware of ride transit regularly to get to work and to other destinations?
Besides the school bus, nobody.
No one.
Nobody in our area takes the bus, especially, you know, you're going to go do groceries, you're going to go to No Frills. That's going to take at least half an hour to walk there and walk back, and then you got your buggy. You know, there's really no close enough space to go do your grocery shopping. It was different when Wrights was there. That was amazing. You could go do that, but it's not there anymore, you know, kind of thing. So it's just, it's not feasible, you know, especially, yeah, it just, nobody takes the bus, really. And I'm sorry to say that's true, but that's the reality that we live in at the moment in the way that St. Catharines is designed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, Juliana, you've done an excellent job here tonight. I think it was probably your first time delegating, so I just want to say I'm proud of you for stepping up on behalf of your street and your community. When you walked around to coordinate the petition, just speak to some of the highlights. What were the common themes that you heard from your neighbors? You did a great job articulating your own thoughts and feelings. What were you hearing from your neighbors and the others on the street? Were they the same issues, different? Maybe highlight some of them.
From when I went around with the petition, there was only one person that said they were either not for it or even against it. They didn't want to take a stance on it, but every person that I talked to was against it. And I even had community members call me, you know, because they weren't home, and they actually reached out to me to be able to sign it even though I wasn't there. And
were they the same issues, traffic, parking? Was there anything different?
No. Another issue that was brought up is the fact that there is the car lot at the other side of Zeraldo, and it was originally zoned to just be like a one-chair salon, and over the years, it's turned into this establishment that, you know, their parking is all over the boulevard. It's all down the one side of Zeraldo, so when the bus is dropping them off and parents are trying to pick up their kids and the cars, and it just all goes all the way down I guess it would be the south side of Zeraldo, and the amount of contamination that's there now, because they also do oil changes and other things there. That was a big concern as well, is that the precedent that something like this is going to have for future development in this area.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Williamson. I get a lot of complaints about that business as well. Wanted to just chat about the process. So you've learned a lot going through this, chatting with Councilor Williamson and myself. Maybe you could just speak to how was it for yourself trying to mobilize your neighbors and go through the process? You're not a planner by trade. You've had to learn all of this on the fly and try and, you know, speak up on behalf of your neighbors there. Is there anything we could do better as a city to help community engagement and help people like yourself understand this process and how to navigate through it?
Oh, that's a tough question.
You've done a great job on your own, but
it wasn't that bad, you know, like learning all the jargon and stuff like that, you know, that's a big part of it. And it would be more helpful to the regular person if, you know, all of these documents were in layman's terms and you didn't have to reference all of these different, you know, sections and sites and stuff like that. But I know that that's probably not going to change, and that's just part of the way that it is. And actually, it was sort of a good experience going around the community and actually seeing that our community, we are cohesive and we believe in the same things that we would like to see in the Port Dalhousie ward. We don't want over-intensification. You know, another concern that was brought up is that across the street there's vacant land, and over on Avalon Place and Lakeport Road there's vacant land. You know, like there's already this amount of intensification at this zone, you know, shouldn't be allowed because there's so much vacant land that is already there, and there's no reason to actually make it that big and then in that property.
Well, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for speaking up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further speakers, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
And at this time, I will call upon Marie-Anne Seiler. And as I say to every speaker, I do hope I pronounced your name properly. Not even close?
Marie-Anne Seiler.
That's what I said. Marie-Anne Seiler. Okay, I came close. That's good.
They wanted me to print up, but we ran out of ink. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Marie-Anne Seiler, and I live at 3 Spark Street. I'm also speaking on behalf of my brother Michael Seiler, my son Mitchell Seiler, and his family. Our family has lived on Spark Street for over 70 years, including 65 years at 3 Spark Street, which my parents purchased in 1961. The property originally contained the historic May Clark home and forms part of the original 1780s land grant to William May, which ties to the May Home Foundation. In the center of our circle is a plaque commemorating the house from the Heritage St. Catharines. I'm sorry, we ran out of ink. I can pass it around if you like. Is that okay? That's all right. I want to focus on the scale of what's being proposed and what that means in the terms of this site will actually function day to day, particularly around safety, usability, accessibility to our homes and how it fits into the surrounding neighborhood. At its core, this application represents a significant shift from an R1 low-density residential designation to an R3, which allows for much higher density. That's not a small change. It's a fundamental increase in the intensity on the site that is already quite constrained. I understand that both the province, I understand that both the province and the Niagara region are encouraging intensification, and I support that in its right place, but those policies are not unconditional. The provincial policy statement makes it clear that intensification has to be appropriate for the context and supported by proper infrastructure, safe access, and compatible design. The Niagara Region official plan says much the same, but growth needs to respect neighborhood character and result in sites that function properly and do not create negative impacts. And that's not where this proposal starts. And that's where this proposal starts to fall short. When you look at details, the design depends on multiple variances to the City of St. Catharines zoning bylaw 2013-283. For example, section 3.18 sets out clear requirements. Sorry, I'm nervous. It sets out clear requirements for parking and maneuvering, but what's shown here is a very tight layout. One narrow drive aisle, no turning area, and limited space for vehicles to move safely. That's not just a technical concern, it's something people will deal with every single day. Section 3.21 speaks to landscaping and buffering, but in this plan, those buffers are reduced to very minimal strips. Parking is pushed right up against lot lines, which doesn't provide meaningful separation from neighboring properties. There are multiple setback reductions, which further compress everything on site. And when you look at the section 3.19 related to loading and servicing, even those functions are being squeezed into areas that conflict with vehicle movement. When you step back, these aren't isolated issues. They all point to the same thing. The site is being asked to do more than it can be reasonably supported. Yes, we need more housing, but provincial and regional policy also says that development has to be safe, functional, and compatible. And when you have constrained access, tight maneuvering, and minimal buffering, it's hard to say that meets the standard. It appears to me that these factors set the conditions for numerous accidents to occur. So what council is really being asked to approve here is not just a zoning change, but a development that relies on reduced key standards in order to fit. Good planning isn't just hitting density targets, it's about making sure development actually works for the people living there and for the neighbors around it and for long term. Before I close, I just want to leave you with this. The application doesn't fail because it's trying to do too little, it fails because it's trying to do too much on a site that simply cannot support it. The need for multiple variances, reduced parking, constrained maneuvering, minimal buffering, and reduced setbacks, it's not incidental. It's a direct result of pushing R3 level intensity on a site that was never designed for it. The very fact that so many variances are being sought after should really raise red flags. And that's the core issue in front of you tonight. Approving this does not allow more housing. It sets a precedent that the standards we rely on for safety, functionality, and neighborhood compatibility can be negotiated down when a site is overbuilt. I would ask council to hold the line on the standards currently in place. Because once they're compromised on that scale, it's just not the site that's affected, it's the expectation for every application that follows. For those reasons, I would respectfully ask council to either deny this application or require a significant redesign that better aligns with the intent of the city's zoning bylaw and expectations set out in provincial and regional policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions from council? Did you have a question of me?
No.
Okay. Councillor Williamson's going to ask you a question.
Thank you. Ms. Seiler, you mentioned about maneuverability and getting waste management vehicles and that kind of thing. And I noticed that the waste management is located behind the residence along the back fence of number 1, Phil Park, which is that, oh, I just lost the screen. This corner, you may be familiar with. Do you know, and I should have gone and taken a look at Ramaker's over the weekend, but where is the garbage collection currently located? Do you know? Is there
in the back of the building on the fence line for Phil Park.
So it's a similar location?
Yes.
Okay.
And then there's a new one that was just put up on the opposite side of Ramaker's for the new building, Axon, I think it's called.
Right. And in terms of the overflow parking that you're experiencing, same kind of question that I asked Juliana is, would you agree with what her comments were?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And do you have spillover onto Sparks as well, or no?
I'm sorry?
Do you have spillover parking onto Sparks Street?
At times, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But it's a very, very narrow street.
Right.
It's
Right.
Not even a horse and buggy fits down it now.
Right. And,
Yeah.
and I take it that you remember being inside the May Clark Seiler house?
Yes, yes.
Yes. There's
Yes.
probably not too many of us in the room that have
We
been in
lived
it
there
before.
for many, many years, yes.
Before it, unfortunately, was a victim to arson in 1984. Yeah.
My parents actually donated the home to the city of St. Catharines. And Bessie Dwyer donated the property from the May home down on Terry Street, right at the dip.
Okay, we're out of order now, but
Oh,
the
sorry.
mayor's given us some leeway. Thank
Sorry.
you.
It's my first time.
You were having a nice conversation. I didn't want to interrupt. I appreciate the reminiscing. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, great job. You had said at near the end of your presentation that you would like to see it go back, either not to have it happen or to go back for a redesign. Do you have a vision for that redesign?
Well, I think one floor of buildings or apartments would be adequate. I mean, you should all go take a jaunt down there and see how small everything is, how the cars are going into each other, backing out. There's little children. Like, it's crazy. Delivery trucks, those big, ginormous whatever they are trucks, they don't fit in the spots. They go onto the street. And so I came home the other day, there's a truck, well, I had to veer because somebody was coming out of Rambakers. There's no place to go.
Okay, so
No
it's very
place to go.
congested, eh?
Yes, very congested.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you again for your presentation.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
At this time, I'll call upon Irmgard Pawlowski to speak. And Ms. Pawlowski, the lectern is yours.
I'd like to thank Mayor, the councilors, the support staff, and all the honored guests and the participants that are here at the meeting today. I'm a little bit older. I don't walk so straight as I used to, but I am a professional geoscientist. I understand that none of the agencies, including Conservation Authority in Ontario, and especially in our Niagara region, just waved this one on by. There's a huge valley there right beside all of this. That valley is full of very, very special, ancient walnut trees. Walnut trees were used for medicine a long, long time ago. We still have a lot to learn about what's in our neighborhood. Also, what was on the front on Martindale Pond, that used to be an airport. It used to be an airport for a biplane. I used to know the guy. It was a pontoon plane. We could make a whole walkway all the way along Martindale Pond if they put a bridge over that little dip that's right behind where Rambakers is taking place. We could get everybody off the road. We can get them on cycling paths. But where are you going to get your groceries if you don't have to carry them home? You have to carry home groceries. And it doesn't matter if you're on a bus. I don't know about you. Have you, like, how much can you put in your knapsack and walk straight? Those groceries are heavy, even in plastic containers. Okay, what I wanted to get to is, I've got a picture here. I'm going to show it to your mayor. Okay. Does anybody have a camera? What this is the picture of Bamberg, and it is the council building built right in the middle of the Danube River. Everything is possible, but would you have designed it? Would you have bought it? Would you have paid for it? The reason it's there was to stop arguments between two communities, so they built it on the bridge. That's Bamberg. Okay. What you've got here is a totally conceptual design. I don't know how far the footings go down. I don't know what the water level's like. I can't tell whether it's clay or if it's rock or if it's filled in material. I can only guess it used to be a farm, so there's got to be a little bit of topsoil there. They compromise the topsoil by putting a concrete slab on and building on it. Who knows? It might be fractured. So I'm going to show another plan. The plan is here in public record. It shows the actual Spark Street, which, by the way, used to be called Colonel Clark's Lane. And quite frankly, I don't think it's a street. It should be called a lane, because how many cars can you fit going through there? You can't. This one's to scale. There, I'll show it to the mayor. So, that's the actual travel plan. This is what the area is supposed to be for the road. We groomed the boulevard. It's a lane.
If you want to pass it around, they can pass it.
I can pass it around. Also, the May House used to be well into the road allowance. The front door was in the road allowance, and I remember that place. It only had a basement because a furnace had to go in, and it was dirty. It was no wall, no nothing, was no basement. Okay. That May home house was standing long before I moved here. I had my property resurveyed when the one lot got sold 2015. Cost me nearly $4,000 to survey it, because it went from behind where the water hydrant is across the back of the properties. It went down the ravine. I went down the ravine. Went down the ravine, 45-degree ravine, came back up the other side where the old oak tree is. It's now fallen over. It was very close to the old cemetery on the other side, which was the May Home Cemetery. Did you know there was one? It's got a teeny little sign now. The Zeraldos used to be really good neighbors. I used to watch them with their cherry trees and their vineyards and their parties. They were good. Anyways, so it goes all the way, and then on the other side, everything on Zeraldo Road backs on my property just about, and you can see that on the plan. So I have another picture. It's from your Niagara Navigator. It's very good. I'll pass it around. So other than the natural environment, I would have really liked to do a PowerPoint, but that would take more than a month to do it. Okay, I'm going to pass around here. Develop and constrain natural heritage, and it shows a little Greenland. And beside this little drawing, I've got the topographic map that is from the Niagara Region Conservation. And you'll see that all the property, including the new development for the senior housing, all of that runoff, all the way from Lakeport and Linwell, drains into this little creek. So I'll pass it around. Nothing new. What stunned me the best was when I looked over at what the City of Hamilton waste requirements are for design of new development and collections. It was published November the 10th, 2021. Everybody knows how big a garbage truck is, right? It basically is from that wall there to where the first thing is and where the lady sits to the door. Huge, high. That road, Ontario Street, is a truck route. It should never have been a truck route. Why? Because Lake Street's perfectly good. It is a truck route. We don't have to have truck routes going down Ontario Street. What I know is the sewage treatment plant is just down the hill. It takes Thomas trucks, whoever it does. They have to take the sewage every day out of there. There's a big tanker going every single day. Thomas does that. So I'm going to pass this around so you can get an idea of how big a garbage truck really is. And it also has on page 42, Appendix 3, the turnarounds required for a garbage truck. So I saved the best for last, though. I hear there's things like CIPs. I hear that these are grants that give 80% of the generated taxes back to the developer. And it's over a 10-year time period. What I find is this design is highly conceptual, not concrete. It's not even visible in my mind how people are going to get to the second floor. I don't know why the frontage of that building looking out does not even take in the sunset view. It's towards the road and the high building next door. Has anybody thought about what you want to see at night? It's beautiful over Martindale Pond. They've ignored it. They want the street view for your tenants. Okay, let's see what else. So I'm just very, very concerned about making provincial policy, making regional government follow suit, lock and step, one step at a time. But most of all, I'm concerned about the words that are being used on the internet site of this developer. On page 2, under foster positive economic relationships, good urban drainage adds value. Oh, pardon me. Good urban design adds value to neighborhoods. And this in turn offers a better return on investment for developers, neighbors and municipalities. I don't know where he gets those numbers. We are willing, this company, we are willing to finance good projects for mutual benefit through contingency contracts. My experience as a professional geoscientist, any time I saw contingency meant you could say, I didn't know it's going to be like that. That's an extra. I didn't know that that's going to be like that. That's going to be an extra. Oh, I didn't know about that policy. Oh, that's going to be an extra. Who is going to pay all the variances every time this guy says, I didn't know, I'm not quite aware. I've designed wells, I've designed well systems. I put 3 municipal wells up in Sudbury, 350 gallons a minute each. That municipality is kind of happy for the water. So I understand ground a bit because I'm a geologist. So my biggest thing is there's too many uncertainties in this design. The foundation is at question. The hydraulics underneath the site. The drainage for the whole area gathers everything from Linwell Road right into Martindale Pond. Every time salt gets put on that major truck route, that's contamination going down. Also, the hydraulics that control our water system is up on the top of the escarpment. Every time there's rain and stuff like that, it fills up the pond above that puts down below, goes 12 Mile Creek. That 12 Mile Creek can fluctuate 2 to 3 feet easily. It's up and down. It's not, it's natural water, and it has to be considered. I feel that the the Conservation Authority has been ignored, and they have not been called to table, and I wish they would. And with that, I'd like to say thank you again for all your patience, and I will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to clarify, because you had mentioned the community improvement plan, but there is no CIP associated with this property. So you had brought that up as a part of your comment, the CIP incentive grants, and there's nothing in this presentation about that.
I'm not familiar with all the details of the CIP, but in terms of the way the government works, there will be grants given for communities that have great results. And this might not be your best bet.
Okay, that's not related to the CIP. I just wanted to, for clarity, because you had brought it up. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
At this time, Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak on this development proposal? I'll ask one more time. Is there anybody in the gallery who would like to speak on this particular development proposal? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Dodge, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. The public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notification of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Is there a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor McPherson, is there a seconder? Councillor Lindell. Are there any questions or comments to the recommendation? Councillor Stevens?
Yeah, my question to staff, we get these applications all the time. Is this a little bit early and jumping the gun, according to Mr. Romanko there, that it's a conceptual still? Because if they decide that the code makes them put in an elevator in, and then they decide that it's not cost effective to put an elevator, so they want to go down to 2 floors, would it change the zoning? Because the density would be a little less, and then this was all for naught. Like, I'm just wondering if it's a little too soon that they brought this forward to staff, please.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I wouldn't suggest it's premature. I think at this point, we have a property that only permits residential uses. The developer has identified an intention to retain the existing store, but also to add residential uses on top of it. I think they require confirmation from council whether or not the principle of that land use is something that can be supported before they go too deep down the detailed design process. If council isn't supportive of the principle of the use, isn't supportive of a built form concept that keeps retail on the ground floor while allowing permissions for upper story residential units, I think it would be important or appropriate for them to have that information before they got to detailed design. If the number of units were decreased as a result of council's decision, if the number of units were decreased because of the elevator, the relief they're seeking today would presumably still accommodate less units, where they might need to come back if they somehow decide they wanted more units.
Yeah, just I never heard that before, Councillor Williamson bringing that up about the code and the elevators, because I would think that would be, maybe it should have been part of the diligence a little bit before, because maybe now, if it's required, they might say, you know, it costs too much and we're not going to build it. And I know we've seen these and it's good, and it just seemed like that one little aspect, not knowing the code and then seeing if that was financial viable, I just think maybe they jumped the gun a little bit on that myself. But anyways, thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to planning staff. Is this a normal kind of part of the process for zoning changes and changing of use to come forward with this kind of concept and then have the details worked out in the site plan application and then moving forward?
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor. We typically would encourage the developer to have council approve the principle of the use before they invested too much energy into really detailed design work. The projects council sees routinely are sometimes at different levels of detail. This one is still at the more conceptual end of the spectrum, but certainly not uncommon.
Okay. And how often do we see, or do you see, or do people come to the city for zoning bylaw changes, and then once they get into the actual site plan application, change the design, the number of floors, and those kinds of details?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it does happen quite frequently, honestly. A lot of it has to do with how much time passes between the council decision and their ability to move forward to site plan control and permits. If there was a major change in the product that they eventually come in with, it may need to come back to this council. If they are seeking only minor relief, then it might be appropriate to be considered by the Committee of Adjustment. That is a normal process, and they will have to, when they are, assuming, if it is approved, if they want to make changes somewhere down the road, we'll work with them to identify the appropriate path.
Okay, thank you. And then with some of the zoning changes, setbacks and so on, are they needed because they're using the existing footprint or the existing building and it does not conform to zoning bylaws?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's a few different reasons. The landscape buffer reductions along the Ontario Street frontage, that's mostly required because the region will be taking a 3-meter widening.
Right.
So the 3-meter landscaping that would normally be required is going to become regional land. It will still be grassed, we'll still have trees there. It'll just be under regional ownership, so it doesn't count in terms of zoning compliance. The setback to the north is the existing setback of the building. The only locations where the existing building is getting bigger than it is now is to accommodate stairwells on either end. The proposed additional units match the floor plate of the existing building. So most of the setbacks relate to the existing building, with the exception of the stairwells that are proposed to be added. The landscaping that's being reduced around the perimeter of the parking lot in the back, it is less than what would typically be required. It's all pavement today. The entire rear of that property is currently a parking area. Some landscaping will be added to the site, but not as much as we would typically look for. The applicant is attempting to provide some landscaping without losing too much parking. I believe they're attempting to reach a balance.
Okay, thank you. And final question is, based on the current zoning, how many units could they put on that property today without, and I know that's a bit of a stretch of a question, but.
Through the mayor, one moment. Approximately 3 units, Councilor.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, that would be with no commercial though, right?
That would be correct, through the mayor, that would be with no commercial. That would be, the property has R1 zoning right now, which is our lowest density residential classification.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor Kushner, you are still muted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The residents tonight brought their concern that we have setback requirements and there are variances to them. And I hear this throughout the city. And the residents ask, why do we have regulations when we don't enforce them? These are large properties which are developable, quite large properties, I should say, and yet we keep on relaxing the setback requirements. If we keep on doing that, wouldn't it be wise to consider changing our? So the question I have to staff is, why do we have the requirements and then vary them for every development that comes along?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the city has a hierarchy of policy, a hierarchy of policy documents at the provincial, regional, and municipal level that have to be, that all development applications need to be evaluated against. It's not possible to have a zoning bylaw that would, in effect, contemplate every single type of development possible for every property. There's just too many different considerations that must be made. So as such, the official plan provides criteria and on how to evaluate these applications and their potential compatibility, their design considerations and everything. The Planning Act itself provides that applicants can come forward and seek amendments to these documents and follows a very democratic process of which we're going through this evening. So it's not a rubber stamp that developers can change these regulations. They have to go through a detailed set of amendment applications, as well as public scrutiny, the open houses, the public meetings, and of course, council's decision that we're seeing tonight.
And with respect to the parking requirements, reducing them, do we have any history whether that is being problematic?
Through the mayor to the councillor, can't immediately think of any specific examples that are a good comparison to this specific site. It is quite a small project. It's 12 units that they're proposing to add. So if there were to be a supply issue, the magnitude of the impact would presumably be small. But I apologize, to answer your question, I can't think of any projects that are an immediate close comparison.
Okay. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, hell has frozen over tonight. Councillor Stevens is actually giving me some credit on something, which I really appreciate. Councillor Stevens, thank you.
Councillor, I'm just going to jump in. I didn't know where you were going, but you brought it home, and I appreciate that.
You know, the two ward councillors are here to represent the interests of the local residents, and there are those detractors who will say that they're acting, you know, not in my backyard, and there's other people who, you know, the other extreme is YIMBYs, anything in my backyard, or yes, in my backyard. But our job is to have some balance here, and over the many years that I've been on council, and Councillor Mako, I think, is celebrating his 1-year anniversary or thereabouts of being elected on council. So we're coming at it from two different perspectives, but I know that we're like-minded in terms of not supporting the recommendation that's on the floor, and that if this recommendation does get turned down, we would make the alternative motion to deny it, and hopefully the developer could go back to the drawing board and listen to, really listen to the concerns that have been well articulated tonight. And I'm not going to go over all of them because they said it better than I can. But one thing I will say, at this late stage in the process, we need to have in front of us something that is very close to a final proposal, and there's been lots of legitimate questions and concerns raised about this. It needs to be closer to a final design than what we have here. And you know, it may be a small-scale development of 12 units, but you got to put this in context. This is a small parcel of property, and it's on Spark Street, formerly known as Colonel Clark Lane. I had forgotten about that, but I'm glad to be reminded about it. I don't know why the name was changed to begin with. But it's in a small residential neighborhood, and it just doesn't, there's not the geography there to have a larger scale development, and I think it's fair to say that this is actually overwhelming to what's there. And once again, to not duplicate my thoughts, but having grown up in the north end, actually closer to 704 Niagara Street, which is the next proposal that we're going to hear about, and then spent the last 30 or more years in Port Dalhousie ward. You know, the report says, I'll just read right from the report, that the site is well served by public transit. Well, I was a student at Brock University, and I had to find my way myself, find my way from the deep north end to Brock University back in the day, and it wasn't easy. And I've had 3 sons now. Our last son graduating from Brock, Robbie, congratulations, Robbie. We'll be at the June convocation for Robbie, and but I think there's still some more tuition to be paid down the road, and maybe some postgraduate work. and I'm happy to be involved in that, hopefully. But our experience has been, and we're a family of 4 licensed drivers and 2 vehicles, and to rely on a transit system, particularly when you go after 6 o'clock, it's hourly service. And we have winters, and so we either are, and then, of course, they do have, within their tuition, Brock students have parking passes included. But even with that, oftentimes it's just not convenient for them to make it up to Brock, and so we're lending them our cars, or we're meeting them downtown, et cetera. So it's, you know, this notion that St. Catharines has some kind of a frequent, highly functioning public transit system. We have a reasonably good public transit system, but it really is not something to hang our hat on for a lot of these kinds of, to make these central arguments in these, approving these developments. So that's one thing I'll talk about, and Councillor Kushner mentioned some of the considerable changes to setbacks, et cetera, the parking reduction, and there's a number of sites I could use as examples where we have had this issue. Henley House, for example, is one where cars are all over the neighborhood streets, and it's been an ongoing problem since the place was built, and that was a decision that the Ontario Municipal Board actually overruled this council on. And then the other big one, compatibility, is important, and we have to respect the quality of life of the residents who we represent, all of us represent, not just in Port Dalhousie Ward. And we've talked about all the higher density in the report, the higher density buildings around it, but it doesn't talk about the actual lower density single unit or single family homes that make up most of the neighborhood. So like I said, I'm not going to go over everything. I think the residents made a good case why we need to send this back for further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question might be a bit similar to Councillor Kushner's in that we do get a lot of these questions about whether it's setbacks, parking requirements, density requirements, and it feels quite reactive because once a staff report recommends approval, they're saying it conforms to the provincial policy statement, the Niagara Region Official Plan, Garden City Plan, that puts council in a pretty tough spot trying to, if we feel not like supporting it. So what can residents do? This might be my question to planning staff. If residents are not feeling like the Garden City Plan represents their wishes in these areas, our official plan is open for review right now. What are the opportunities for local residents to express their wishes in what type of requirements they want included? Is there ways for people to participate for developments that might be coming forward in the future to change those requirements?
Through the mayor to the councillor, thank you for bringing this to light for everyone. The city is currently undergoing a conformity review of the Garden City official plan. The process does have an Engage website dedicated to it, so it's Engage STC, and you can just scroll down till you find reviewing the Garden City official plan. Residents are absolutely invited to review the official plan and point out policies that they find are problematic and provide their comments to the website. They will be considered through the review process, which will be brought forward to council Q4 of this year.
Yeah, thank you, because obviously it doesn't help with the planning report in front of us tonight, but talking about the future, it gets that specific, correct? Things like setbacks, parking requirements, that sort of feedback would be appropriate to give?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's actually the zoning bylaw that regulates things like parking and setbacks. The Garden City official plan looks at higher level land use as well as compatibility criteria and the functionality of like the roads hierarchy, open spaces, and that such areas.
Okay, yeah, thank you for highlighting that. That was my last question.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions at this time, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
No.
Counselor Phillips, Counselor Dodge,
No.
Counselor Williamson,
No.
Counselor Mako,
No.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Point of order. It's the wrong recommendation on the screen.
So regardless of what was on the screen, council is voting on the staff recommendation. So
Okay.
whatever was in the report.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 7.2, planning and building
Point of order,
services.
sorry. I just need some clarity on what happened here.
So 7 councillors voted in favor of the application, and 5 councillors voted against the application.
Oh, I wondered why the planning director intervened. I don't.
The item on the screen is the next item on this.
Okay.
Will be the next item for discussion.
Thank you. Okay.
7.2, planning and building services, planning services applications to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, subject land 704 Niagara Street. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the proposed application and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a specified person or public body as defined in the Planning Act or the registered owner of the land does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to council making its decision, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Also, that person may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the application. The agent will speak and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Members of the public wishing to speak were asked to register by 9 a.m. today. 3 people registered. After they have spoken, anyone in the gallery that would like to speak will have that opportunity. The deadline to submit additional written comments not previously published on the council correspondence listing was 12 p.m. today, and 2 additional items of correspondence were received. After all of that has been done, the public meeting will be closed and council will be able to ask staff questions and will consider the application. The public meeting is now open, and I will call upon Kevin McDonald, planner, to present.
Good evening, everyone. This evening, I'll be presenting planning staff's recommendation for the official plan and zoning amendment application for 704 Niagara Street. Niagara Street is located on the east side of Niagara Street. Niagara Street is a regional arterial road. This subject lands are currently vacant, but were previously occupied by a detached dwelling. Grantham Rail Trail abuts the property to the east, and part of the property is within the 100-year floodplain limits from Beaver Creek, as you can see here. The applicants are proposing to slightly regrade this portion and add fill in order to remove this portion of the 100-year floodplain. The surrounding neighborhood is primarily residential, with primarily low-density detached dwellings to the immediate north, south, west, and east of the subject lands. The applicant is proposing an apartment building 3.5 stories in height, which is 9.88 meters. The proposal will contain 31 dwelling units. It is to be serviced by 37 parking spaces, including 2 accessible spaces. 12 bicycle parking spaces, including 4 short-term and 8 long-term, and a connection to Grantham Rail Trail to the east. Overall, parking is situated to the rear of the property, and the building is situated closer to Niagara Street. So I just want to highlight some of the changes from the original submission. The original submission had a height of 11.66 meters in height. The applicants lowered the height of the building to 9.88 meters in height, along with some architectural changes. The subject lands are currently designated neighborhood residential and natural areas on Schedule D1. The natural areas designation is there to recognize part of the Beaver Creek 100-year floodplain. It is a natural hazard, a floodplain, not a natural feature. No environmental features are on this portion of the actual property. The official plan amendment application proposes to redesignate the natural areas portion of these subject lands from natural areas to neighborhood residential. On Schedule E2, the subject lands are currently designated low-density residential and natural areas. This current designation does not permit the proposed apartment building nor the proposed density of approximately 82 units per hectare. The official plan amendment also proposes to redesignate the subject lands from low-density residential and natural areas to medium-density residential. The natural areas designation is proposed to be removed. So first, I'm just going to highlight some of the key considerations staff have made before formulating a recommendation. With respect to the floodplain, the majority of the subject property lies outside of the regulated area. In support of the application, the applicant submitted a floodplain characteristics confirmation memo, which has been reviewed and accepted by the MPCA, subject to a permit. The supporting materials confirm that the proposed placement of small amounts of fill can be accommodated without creating negative impacts to properties upstream or downstream. The proposed development is also arranged so that the driveway and parking areas are not impacted by the floodplain. So in terms of compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, staff are satisfied that the proposal represents an appropriate built form for this location. The development consists of a low-rise apartment building on a regional arterial road, which is appropriate context for additional residential intensity. So for some additional context, here is an illustration of what would be permitted as of right today. A single, a duplex, a triplex, a fourplex, a townhouse are all permitted with a height of 10 meters and a 2-meter side yard setback. So here is an illustration of the current proposal. The proposed building remains within the maximum height that would otherwise be permitted in the existing R1 zone, meaning the overall building mass is generally similar to what could be experienced on this site as of right. In addition, the proposal provides larger setbacks, for example, to allow for trees and landscaping from the interior lot lines than the minimums currently required in the R1 zone. As for the existing zoning, the subject lands are currently zoned R1, low-density residential suburban neighborhood, and G1 conservation natural area, which does not permit the proposed use. Staff is recommending special provision 197 for the lands along with holding provision H33 over the former G1 zone lands. The holding designation shall be removed upon completion of modifications to the 100-year floodplain limit to the satisfaction of the MPCA. The zoning will not take effect until this is complete. Special provision 197 will address site-specific deficiencies related to the proposed development and the requested R3 zoning. This will be discussed in the following slides. So the applicant is requesting a provision to reduce the front yard setback from 5 meters to 4.2 meters. Staff have no objections, as this is a nominal reduction due to the required road widening. Site access and adequate sight lines will be maintained and also supported by the Niagara region after reviewing the submitted sight line assessment. The building will be approximately 7 meters from the sidewalk. The applicant is also requesting a reduced landscape buffer abutting a residential zone with 20 to 100 parking spaces from 3 meters to 2.9 meters. Staff have no objections as the proposed buffers will continue to fulfill its intended purpose. Adequate landscaping is provided throughout and no adverse impacts are expected. The applicant has also requested a reduced parking ratio of 1.19 parking spaces per dwelling unit for a total of 39 parking spaces. Staff is recommending 1.09 spaces per unit, which is 34 in total, and due to concerns of overspill and on-street parking, staff is recommending 0.1 visitor space parking per dwelling unit, which would equate to a minimum of 3 visitor parking spaces. The subject lands are within walking distance to transit on Niagara Street, and the proposed development provides both short and long-term bicycle parking spaces, which provides transit options for residents. The development also has a pedestrian connection to Grantham Rail Trail, which enhances active transportation options. Staff have no concerns that the proposed reduction in parking will have adverse impacts. So the last one is staff is recommending a cap on the maximum height for an apartment building on a arterial road to 10 meters. This would ensure that the proposal maintains a low-rise apartment building mass, which is what would be experienced as of right in the R1 zone. So 2 open houses were held at City Hall on February 24th and March 10th. A petition was also received, and correspondence was also received, including emails and letters. So now I'm just going to go through the some of the main concerns from the public. For traffic volumes, Niagara Region advised that this is a small-scale development with limited amounts of traffic generated, and a traffic impact study was not required. Overlook and privacy concerns. Sufficient setbacks are proposed exceeding the minimums even for the R1 zone. Hypothetically, if this application were to be denied, overlook and privacy concerns would not go away due to the existing as-of-right permissions. Further refinement of architectural features, window placement, fencing, adequate buffering would be discussed at the site plan stage. Incompatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. I already touched upon this on the previous slides. It's 10 meters in height, which is currently permitted as of right, and large setbacks are proposed. Flooding, the removal of the floodplain with the addition of fill will need to be satisfied by the MPCA. Controlled stormwater flows will be implemented through the site plan process, including on-site storage. A sightline assessment was submitted and accepted by the Niagara Region. Further implementation to occur through the site plan stage, most notably through an entrance permit by the Niagara Region. Overspill parking and parking deficiency. This was touched upon in the zoning analysis. Staff are satisfied that that sufficient parking is proposed, including visitor parking. On-street parking may occur as this is the case with any residential neighborhood. Long-term zoning impacts. Each OPA and ZBA are evaluated on its own merit and context. So this application was circulated to all staff and relevant external agencies. No objections were received, and revisions addressed any staff concerns. So staff have reviewed the proposal against local and provincial policies and are satisfied that the proposal conforms as outlined in the slide and outlined in detail in the recommendation report. So in conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that council approve the official plan and zoning amendments as the proposal is aligned with applicable provincial and local policies. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McDonald, for the presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Nicholas Godfrey, the Senior Planner from Upper Canada Planning and Engineering Limited, to present.
Thank you, Mayor, staff, council, staff, and members of the public. I'm Nicholas Godfrey, Senior Planner with Upper Canada Consultants. I'm here on behalf of the landowner, DRG Holdings, who are a local builder and developer for this official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. So I prepared a short presentation to go over the proposed application, and I'll be receiving questions at the end. So as Kevin mentioned and staff mentioned, the subject lands are located in the north end on the property municipally known as 704 Niagara Street. The property is located to the south of Parnell Road and north of Beaver Creek, and the property fronts on Niagara Street and backs onto the Grantham Rail Trail. At 3,779 square meters, or 0.93 acres, the site is a large and underutilized property within the urban boundary with access to municipal servicing and surrounded by existing residential uses. Here you can see the property in the larger neighborhood context. The site is nearby to multimodal transportation, including bus transit and cycling facilities. Niagara Street and Arterial Road is mentioned, with transit stops within walking distance, including a stop for Route 307, which is approximately 70 meters to the north, and the site has direct connection to the Grantham Rail Trail, which provides onward access to the Welland Canals Parkway Trail, the Malcolm Scenical Park, and Sunset Beach. Sorry, I skipped ahead too quickly. 2 public schools are also located within walking distance to the site, alongside additional institutional uses like the Grantham Lions Club and a church that contribute to an established community fabric. The existing infrastructure, amenities, and policy framework support the site as a prime infill opportunity. These different attributes provide an opportunity for appropriate density that complements existing built form while adding additional housing opportunities and choice to the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed development consists of a 3.5-story, 31-unit apartment. This unit mix includes studio units, 1-bedroom units, and 2-bedroom units. Primary vehicular access is provided from Niagara Street North via a north-sided driveway, positioned to optimize sight lines and ensure safe ingress and egress. The site also includes an integrated pedestrian connection, which supports cycling and walking connectivity. The site accommodates 37 at-grade parking spaces at a 1-to-1 ratio per unit, with 3 additional stalls at 0.1 and 2 additional stalls which are part of that parking mix. Covered bicycle parking is also provided. And so the building has been brought forward to activate the street edge and provide for a desirable streetscape. Perimeter buffer plantings are proposed along all site boundaries, providing screening, privacy, and seasonal variety. A landscape buffer along the northern property line is integrated with the driveway placement. From a servicing perspective, the stormwater management has been designed to ensure post-development discharge rates do not exceed current pre-development conditions, and that flow is achieved through an on-site storage pipe that attenuates and releases stormwater slowly to the watershed. This proposal introduces a missing middle housing typology that expands both housing supply and rental tenure options within the immediate area. In doing so, it directly implements provincial, regional, and city policies for complete communities by delivering purpose-built rental within an established neighborhood, proximate to existing public transit and active transportation infrastructure. So here's a rendering of the proposed building. The apartment was originally proposed at 4 stories. However, following the 2 open houses, the proposal was revised to a height of 3.5 stories, or 9.88 meters, which is below the 10-meter height permitted as of right under the existing R1 zoning. This revised height represents a reduction from the original proposal and falls within the current height permissions without requiring an amendment, and is comparable to the existing height and massing permissions that exist under current zoning. The siting of the proposed building has been cited for compatibility purposes, placing the building closer to the street to result in minimal impacts on adjacent rear yard amenity spaces. The building height is below what is permitted under existing zoning, and the massing is permitted under the R1 zoning under a different typology. So the official plan amendment is made to permit the existing, the requested density, while the zoning bylaw amendment is requested to remove the G1 zone, which was based on approximate floodplain hazard, and to permit the apartment use, with site-specific amendments to address a pinch point, a front yard, a reduction as a result of the required road widening given to the region, and to ensure that the building height remains 10 meters, as is permitted within the prevailing R1 zone. So through the open houses and submitted comments, we heard some common themes, which I will address. So traffic, a region-approved sightline assessment by a qualified traffic engineer was submitted for approval and confirms that the site does not pose a hazard. The driveway has been positioned as much to the north as is feasible to maintain a generous landscape buffer, and the design of the site also allows vehicles to enter and exit in a forward motion, which is a significant safety improvement over the existing status quo of Niagara Street, where numerous driveways currently allow vehicles to reverse directly into an active travel lane. Regarding parking, the city's official plan establishes criteria for parking reductions where specific site characteristics mitigate the need for traditional minimums. This proposal seeks a minor reduction of 2 parking spaces, a request supported by the site's location along a public transit corridor, its direct integration with a mixed-use active transportation pathway, and landscape areas provided above the zoning minimums. Regarding the environmental and floodplain risk, a mapped NPCA floodplain affects only a minor portion of the subject lands. Consequently, the landowner is required to obtain an NPCA work permit to remove the holding. This ensures that there is no negative impacts on neighboring properties by mandating that post-development runoff matches pre-development flows. And as discussed above, this can be achieved through on-site stormwater retention. It is important to note that the NPCA floodplain modeling is generally an approximate extent applied against a site, and the precise hazard limits can be refined through site-specific technical review. Also to note, the current environmental designation on site is a function of natural hazard or floodplain rather than the presence of natural heritage features, so there's no significant woodlands or wetlands. While the zoning category is often shared between these two categories, the constraint here is only a hydraulic constraint. Therefore, development is feasible provided the technical requirements with the NPCA are met. So regarding neighborhood scale and alternative options, the department fits within the height and setbacks that are permissible under existing as-of-right permissions regarding massing and height. The building has been sited near the front of the property, scaled down to 3.5 stories, which is permissible under current zoning, and provides larger setbacks than would be required under a different typology. And the layout of the site has been designed to take all these options into consideration and provide a reasonable, compatible solution that addresses missing middle housing, provides tenureship options in the area, and is more fiscally sustainable, efficient use of existing infrastructure. And community feedback was also taken, as mentioned, into consideration, and through those discussions, the building was adjusted in terms of height and the facade detail. Finally, with infrastructure, the application will not strain any existing infrastructure, and as discussed earlier, will provide a more efficient use of existing infrastructure than the low-density general development does generally. As part of the complete application, it must be demonstrated that there are sufficient services, including water and sanitary services, in order to proceed with development. And we have met these requirements, including through a peer-reviewed sanitary analysis completed based upon the proposed unit count and density. And should we receive approval, a site plan approval process is required for detailed designs to be reviewed to staff satisfaction before we can proceed with the building permit. So in summary, we request that council approve the OPA ZBA applications for this proposal at 704 Niagara Street for a 3.5-story, 31-unit apartment. This proposal optimizes serviced residential land through appropriate infill development, provides for alternative tenureship by providing purpose-built rentals in this area, and the proposal makes efficient use of land while directly addressing the critical need for long-term housing solutions. So thank you for your time. I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godfrey. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation tonight. My question is around the floodplain. If you pull up, I look at the map from the MPCA where it shows the Walker and Beamer Creek floodplain mapping. And in this specific area, it actually has the highest number within that entire portion of the north end going towards Lake Ontario. One thing you had mentioned that one thing they're going to do is have on-site stormwater protection or mitigation. What does that look like?
Sure.
If you can answer that question, or if someone else can, it'd be helpful.
So through you, Mayor, as part of the grading process, we have to ensure that the site drainage grades generally towards the site before it's then released. So we would have the site graded towards catchment areas, which would then hold and retain water, and then release it slowly during stormwater events, so that it only is released at a certain rate or a certain flow rate, so it's not overwhelming the local system.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so that is a massive storage space for, I'm just curious because like that water's gonna have to go somewhere, and I'm just curious of how big that is.
Through you, Mayor, so the conceptual design we have now, it's the length of the driveway. So it's a larger pipe that would be the length of the driveway, which would provide sufficient storage space based off of our engineers' calculations. And then just to note that will also have to go through review by development engineering staff as well, and the NPCA as well, to ensure that our calculations that we're bringing forward are also satisfied their review teams as well.
Thank you for that. And my final question through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I understand you still have to get MPCA approval on this. They may not approve it. And are you guys at all considered, like knowing that this area that you're building is literally the highest risk area within this, like just, if you pull up the MPCA map, it's literally like the highest risk between an 85 and 87. Are you guys at all concerned about?
Yep, so through you, Mayor, I used to work for the NPCA actually. Okay. So I have some familiarity with the floodplain modeling. So the modeling is always based on an approximate computer model. So we don't have detailed site-specific topographical information. So when we go out and we get that topographical information, that point data on the topography of the site, we can more accurately model the floodplain. So that modeling exercise, which I think was done in 2008,
2019.
the floodplain model?
The ones that, the ones I have up here are from 2019.
Okay, sorry, 2019. It's always approximate. So when we go out on site, we model the ditches, we model the creek bed. We can apply that model against the exact hydraulic model, so we know which flows are coming through, and we model that against those flows. We get a pretty accurate picture of how extensive the actual floodplain is. So there's always a little bit of a discrepancy between these modeling reports and then when the actual rubber hits the road and how the actual site looks physically, because the MPCA can only do so much modeling within their budget that they allow this function to their satisfaction. So it does require a permit. It does have to require significant review through their office. It's not like a check mark, but it has to go through additional hurdles to demonstrate it through a calculated exercise.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just, sorry, one last question, I guess. What the MPCA will end up doing is asking you guys to conduct your own floodplain model, a 3D model, I'm assuming, to show how you would alleviate any water that would, go on site. Is that accurate?
It's kind of like that, yeah. So we have to demonstrate that we're not going to do anything that will enlarge the flows downstream. We're forbidden from doing that, and that's kind of their bread and butter to prevent flooding. So they take it seriously, and we have to go through those hurdles in order to satisfy them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With this building, if this is approved, as far as price point of the units are concerned, will there be any, the previous presenter indicated attainable pricing? Is it going to be market value, or are you going to be offering at a lower level?
Through you, Mayor, these will be market rent. Yeah, so there's not a program to offer affordable. It's to offer market rental.
Okay. And if it's approved, when do you figure that the developer will start building it?
Through you, Mayor, it's a tough question because of the market right now, but I believe they anticipate within the next 2 to 3 years is when they'd like to start building.
2 or 3 years from now. Okay. I'll save my other questions for staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, I have just a couple of questions for you as well. And I guess I'd like to go back to the floodplain. I know that Councillor Townsend talked about that quite a bit. When you look at that picture up there, there's, I guess, 5 meters along the south side of the building that is green space. And previous to this happening, it was like basically 100% green space, which was able to absorb all the rain and the water and all of that stuff and the flooding. And I've lived along the creek, and I know how it can expand extremely. And I'm just wondering, now you have a building there, and then you have all that pavement, and you're saying that you have, you're going to have holding tanks and whatnot, and it's going to take all that water. And in the plan, you're saying, it has to be approved by the MPCA and whatnot. And in the north end, we have Mother Nature, who we can never control and we can never figure out. And my concern would be, after this development is up and built and so on, who maintains that? Because, if grading's changed for some reason or just whatever happens, who's responsible for that, and how long are they responsible for that, so that it wouldn't affect neighboring properties as well as the property itself from having flooding issues?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor. So the site plan will be registered against site as an agreement between the landowner and the city. So any grade changes, anything like that, are not permitted against the site plan, the approved site service and grading plan. In terms of the failure of the system, we will be posting securities. Staff might be able to speak a little more clearly, but we will be posting securities that are held against the site to prove performance. And, everything does fail, but if it's hard to speak in hypotheticals like that because these are not designed to fail. These are designed to work. And so there's a rigorous review process to ensure that it does work. And then there's also civil options against landowners. If infrastructure fails, like any landowner, there's a couple of centuries of drainage law or common law protecting landowners from exacerbating flooding issues on their site. So there's also a civil component as well.
which could become quite costly to the resident that has the issues.
Yes.
So that doesn't make me feel any better
Well,
about that situation.
Through you, Mayor, if I may
uh,
just jump in there then. So when we did model the floodplain, it doesn't impact the property to the extent that any more than a negligible amount is according to the NPCA and the reviewers. So it's not anticipated that this site's going to contribute to flooding based upon the rigorous review process. So we have multiple agencies looking at it to ensure that it's modeled, it's designed, and it's built to function and work. And so I think looking at hypotheticals, we can look at hypotheticals across every site, but they're designed under a very strict, rigorous protocol, very strict, rigorous standards to ensure that these work.
Okay, and you know what? I'm sure that those are in place with a lot of the buildings and developments that have happened throughout the city, and you can talk to, I'm sure, quite a few people that have moved in and thought that they would never have flooding in their basements or in their backyard and stuff, and the systems have failed. And, you know, you're going to go in there and you're going to be digging up for the parking lot, you're digging up for the building. We don't know what's underground, what you're going to, like, are we going to be changing water flows underneath the ground and stuff like that? What assurances do we have? Like, I feel that, you know, like you're saying, hypothetical, and they're not hypothetical. They're things that have actually happened in the North End. There's been flooding, and I'm talking serious flooding to people because of, you know, system failures. And you're adding something right on a floodplain, right beside a creek that does get a huge amount. Like, I wouldn't be exaggerating, I think, to say that, you know, in a bad storm, it can probably expand to 6 times the size of what the creek is right now.
That are within anticipated floodplains. So there are floodplains south of the site. And so it's not unexpected that those sites flood. My understanding is some of that flooding may be a result of an undersized culvert. And I believe, and maybe staff can speak to this later, that there is a plan to upgrade that culvert and ameliorate some of that flooding. But that's my understanding is it's culvert related. It's not related to permeable surfaces necessarily. It's related to an undersized culvert. And, you know, it's, we also have to submit a geotechnical engineer report as part of building permit typically, and through that process as well, you know, we'll understand, you know, the groundwater level of the site, the safety of the site, how that site will build out and function in a way that is not exacerbating neighboring properties.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one other question. In the beginning, I'm not sure whether it was yourself or staff that had said that when they were making the comparables, right now, what's allowable is up to fourplex, right? And this is not a fourplex, this is a 31 unit. Like, that's almost 10 times what a fourplex would be, or 10 times what a threeplex would be. So how do you feel that that fits in with the compatibility of the rest of the neighborhood?
Sure, through you, Mayor. So under existing as-of-right permissions, I could potentially maybe do, once you start adding maybe a townhouse unit, you could add ADUs to that townhouse unit. So once we start building on a site with townhouses and we add ADUs, you could get a fairly high density on a site like this with a reduced parking ratio. So we've thought about that, and we thought about how those buildings would impact the properties. If you have buildings at the rear of the site looking into people's backyards, we sited it to the front, and we've sited it in such a way that we can provide a complementary parking ratio, as opposed to with the townhouse model, you have a different typology, but it's the same kind of density, same kind of feel. You can get the same kind of population density potentially with a lot more massing on site. This is a much more, you know, condensed, compact site, similar density, but I think better performance standards for the site overall.
Okay, so sorry, I did say that was my last question, but because you brought this back up to my mind, when you're talking about different plans, if this fails, is it, like, I know that when the site was originally sold and it was talked about and they were going to go in with townhouses, so if this is not approved, is there an alternative to this as well? And I guess that might be a unfair question, but could there be something else?
So through you, Mayor, this is the product that the developer wants to build. So we explored other products, and this is, we felt like, had the best fit in terms of site compatibility, had the best fit in terms of something that could actually get built. And so there are other things that were looked at. We didn't prefer them for the site. We worked through options with staff and felt that some of those just didn't sit right on the site. It's an awkward flag lot, so trying to make use of some of that rear yard area ends up eventually intruding on someone's rear yard amenity space. So by putting the building this way, we keep that area buffered, landscaped just for parking and not for residential areas, which we feel creates a better overall package.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. I think I heard, what's the exact height that you're allowed? I just wanted to double check because I think it's quite a bit higher that's allowed right now, is it not?
Yes, through you, Mayor, we can do up to 10 meters. We're at 9.88 meters, so we're a bit below the permitted height. And we made that reduction to try and make something that would sit a bit better with the neighborhood. So we reduced it half a story.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Through to the presenter. We just had Earth Day last Wednesday, and I know some of the messages that we got from people were that they were angry that the people that purchased the site went in and knocked down the house and took down all the native trees, and there didn't seem to be any attempt made for any kind of tree management or preservation. I'm not sure what point you got involved in the process, but I wonder if you could speak to that.
Through you, Mayor. So I got involved after that process, and so when I look at a site like this, I would look at it in terms of how can we get the best outcome for the site as it is right now, and that would be through securing, landscape buffering plans registered as part of the site plan agreement, just trying to bring native species back to the site and create a long-term plan for trees on the site. So that tree would have been likely within the sight line of the driveway. So, unfortunately, it's not there anymore, but as part of the sightline assessment, we've been asked not to put trees within that sightline. So it creates a safer condition by putting the trees where they can fit on the site through the perimeter and the buffer areas, and then they're there for long-term preservation as well.
Thank you. One other question. In terms of all the hard surface parking lot area, has there been any discussion about making it a permeable material?
So through you, Mayor, my understanding is permeable material doesn't always work in Niagara because of the clay. We can certainly look at it, but that's always been, when I've spoken to engineers, there tends to be a difficulty in it holding and actually working and not just becoming compact over time. So I think there would be an appetite to look at it, but I just want to caveat that by saying that it doesn't always work as intended.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Godfrey, for your presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, we will hear delegations from the residents who have registered to speak. After that, I will ask if there's anybody else who wishes to speak. I'll now call upon Jay Seymour to speak. Sir?
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor and council members. Our family lives, works, and invests here in Niagara region and in St. Catharines. We operate multiple businesses, including a restaurant and residential building downtown. We care deeply about the city and the decisions made around its growth. The area surrounding 704 Niagara is not mixed use or transit-oriented corridor like you'd find in areas zoned for such development that we're talking about, like in the town center or adjacent blocks. There are no meaningful stores nearby, services or amenities within walking distance to support a development of this scale or density. In 5 years that we've lived in our home, I haven't seen one person bike the 4 kilometers to the closest store, and the once-an-hour bus sits empty every time I see it. I appreciate the responsibility each of you carry to represent not yourselves, but your constituents, and as you consider the proposed rezoning of 704. We're not opposed to development, much like you've heard from many other speeches today. However, we're strongly opposed to this proposal in its current form, beyond concerns of scale, design, and neighborhood fit. I want to initially focus on the financial implications to the broader community. At an estimated value of approximately $8 million, this development could generate roughly $300,000 to $370,000 in property taxes. On the surface, that appears beneficial. However, that benefit must be weighed against the potential impact on surrounding property values. Within a 500-meter radius, there are approximately 1,500 homes in my neighborhood. Even a modest 10% reduction in property values based on an average home value of $800,000 would represent a cumulative loss of the people in this room and my neighbors who couldn't be here of roughly $120 million. Whether or not one agrees with the exact percentage, the key point remains the financial downside borne by current residents could significantly outweigh the incremental tax benefit to the city. But it's not just about numbers. It's about the people who've invested their life savings. Excuse me. Families who chose this area for its character, stability, quality of life, and space. My wife and I are among them, as are my 2 children. We've spent years building our wealth, our home, and contributing to the communities around us. I've personally spoken with hundreds of neighbors and formally submitted, in tandem with those neighbors, over 300 signatures in opposition to this proposal. Homeowners and renters alike. There's a clear and consistent concern that the scale, impact, and density of this development is not beneficial to us. I also want to raise a concern about process. From what we've seen, this proposal appears inconsistent with existing city planning policies and guidelines, yet it's still being advanced. That raises serious concerns for residents about how these policies are being applied, underscored by Councillor Kushner and several others this evening. In addition, I attended the open house where a senior member of the planning team referred to concerned residents at that meeting like dealing with a bunch of kindergartners. That comment, whether made in frustration or not, reflects a level of disregard that is deeply concerning to those of us who are directly affected by this decision. As residents, it should concern all of you councillors as well. We've seen, my wife and children and I, have seen similar patterns before. Prior to moving here, we lived in Mississauga, adjacent to Brampton, and have observed comparable decisions being made at the city council level. Rapid, poorly integrated growth changes those communities and changed those communities in ways that residents did not anticipate nor support. They are not enviable places to live for families, for growth, for safety, for homes, and not for us, and not why people moved here. We came to St. Catharines because it offered the opposite, a balanced, thoughtful approach to growth. We're not asking for the site to remain vacant. We're asking for development that aligns with existing planning principles, respects the character of the neighborhood, and reflects the input of the community. Council has the authority to ensure that that happens. I respectfully ask you to deny this rezoning application in its current form and request a proposal that better fits the neighborhood and the expectations of the residents that you represent. Thank you for your time.
No, folks, there is no clapping, okay? Mr. Seymour, if you could just wait just in case there's any speakers or questions. Folks, I'm gonna ask, we don't clap in council chambers after presentations. I understand some folks are in favor. There may be some folks that are against. We wanna make sure that we're not making anybody feel like they can't express their opinion during the public meeting. Are there any questions for Mr. Seymour? Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Seymour, for your presentation this evening, and thank you for attending the public meetings. They were well attended and very informative from the residents. Often when we see in development that's internal like this into the neighborhoods, it's they call the NIMBY system, where people don't want it in their backyards and whatnot. And from what you just said, and I don't know whether you can agree or not agree, I think that in this situation, it isn't just the neighbors that are, I think that the neighbors that are there presently, if they knew that this development would have been there, they would never have purchased the homes on either the north or the south side of that present location. But also, when we were there at the public meeting, there was people that were there like from 4 kilometers plus away. There wasn't just the immediate neighborhood that felt that this was not conforming to the neighborhood. Would you agree with that statement?
Entirely. The hundreds of people that have signed our petition, I could have gotten them all. Now, I want to underscore that it was unilateral. every single person that my daughters, I mean, I can't go to the door and bang on the door because I look how I look, right? And they're gonna go, what is this guy, right? So I brought my daughters with me, and to make it much more approachable, it's certainly personal for us, but as we spread out through the neighborhood, and we didn't hit them all, right? So we had notices up, and my phone's ringing, and I'm getting texts and emails and whatever for our very generous neighbors who made the effort to connect with us.
Turn right here, the Cleveland Clinic.
And so the further out, it was the same perspective, as they were very concerned about, you know, safety and some of the things that other people I'm sure are going to talk about. For me personally, I grew up very poor, right? So I worked really hard, and to watch our property value go down and have potentially people like in their apartments watching over our pool. Like, you can see that in the pictures where you see that bird's eye view. It's very personal for me. So it's a not in my backyard. Yeah, for me, definitely it is. But it's also for the neighborhood at large. It's not in our neighborhood. So I don't know what the NIMBY thing is for that, because I'm really nervous. But unilaterally, you know, that's what we're asking for. And I can appreciate that there's provincial pressure. I can appreciate that there's a planning and a hierarchical structure involved in making these decisions. But at the end of the day, what I'm asking the councillors to do is to respect us and go, hey, I get it, and there's a fight. Maybe there is a fight. Maybe we say no, and it's this, and this happens, and this happens. I'm not privy to all of that stuff. I'm not a politician. I'm just a regular guy trying to take care of the people who are taking care of me in my neighborhood. That's it, right? I don't know if I answered your question, though.
No, you absolutely did, and I want to thank you for that, and I also want to thank you for your compassion. I can see that you're very invested in this, and good for you, and your neighbors as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Seymour, for coming in today. If you knocked on my door, I'd open the front door. You don't seem like you seem like a nice guy.
You're an anomaly then.
My question is in regards to, you live close to where the creek is, it sounds like. I'm just wondering, I don't live in that area there. What is that creek like come springtime? How much water flow is, how deep does it go?
I think I understand where you're going with your question, but it's not limited to the seasonality, right? It's not a springtime thing. All during the year, and certainly the boomers that happen in the summertime, that it can go from a very small trickle. Councillor Dodge mentioned it earlier. It can be, you know, about maybe a foot to 16 inches, kind of that, to many feet, so 7 feet. So it actually cascades right across the road. The way that blind corner, it's a bit of an S curve. I know that some other people are going to talk about that as well, but it exacerbates the safety issue because of the water and the hydroplaning that can happen. Some, like I don't know, I heard it in one of the meetings that, oh, people know it's a blind corner, so they're going to slow down. That's the exact opposite of what happens, right? So I can't speak to like trucks versus cars or whatever, but that flooding is a real issue, and in particular in that corner. My wife actually has a video that you can see some of the sight lines and stuff. Again, I know you're talking about flooding, but that whole section and the creek itself is a problem. So I get that it's 100-year, it's called a floodplain for a reason, right? There's a lot of water there. I too question the ability for the reservoir to contain the amount of water. You know, we don't have 2-millimeter rainfalls, right? They can be considerably higher. There are many neighbors at our town halls who are downstream and across Niagara that they're already flooding. Some of them here, they literally have flooding. Like it's at the side of their house. So with the introduction of all of this asphalt, it's only going to make it much worse. Now, I don't, you know, we have lawyers in our family. We don't want to go, okay, we can go to civil litigation and stuff against the developer or whatever. That shouldn't be. We bought our home because we don't want, you know, we don't want those things. We don't want to fight with anybody. We just want to kind of enjoy our home, enjoy our property, and our wonderful neighbors. Like it's it's been such a rallying thing. I know that the lady on the Ontario Street development thing mentioned how awesome it was to kind of connect with the neighbors, and I'm disappointed that the time that I spent connecting with the neighbors was under better circumstances. But like I'm a little bit fatter for it because everywhere we went, we'd get chocolates and we get all of this stuff. And it took a really long time to kind of go through it. But our neighbors share the same concerns further downstream, right? So everything's interconnected in our neighborhood. I'm very concerned about the water thing. We already have water in our basement. Day 2, we had a flood when we bought our house. We closed and we're like, yay, it's beautiful. And look at all these beautiful trees next door and whatever. We had water everywhere. We still have water in our basement. So I can't, again, I don't know how worse that gets.
I'm just going to, and just through the mayor, my next question is, you did say that you're not against development. You just want a development that makes sense for the site and that's fair for the people around. What does that look like for you? If you can just maybe give us what you would like to see built there.
Casually, I would say, or like at a high level, I would say less apartments, less people in that area. The neighborhood itself is not really conducive, certainly to the scale, and you know, I know it conforms with some of the massing for sure. I get some of the, hey, we're 0.12 meters smaller than the maximum we can do. Oh, awesome, I get it. But for that space, it's way too many people. So the traffic overflow. And the sight lines, people are going to park elsewhere. There are neighboring developments, similar in scale, that have the parking. They're at 1.5, just on Parnell. They've got parking all along the street that's full. And during the day, those visitor parking, it's a ghost town because the cars are, like they know which cars are supposed to park where. So they're parking on the streets. That happens in that blind corner. I promise you someone's going to get hurt. Seriously hurt. There was already a fatality there. So adding more congestion to an area that really can't support it from a logical sense, maybe not like a physical, like a on paper kind of thing. It's a very different thing when you see some of the videos and stuff that you will see this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
I think you pretty well answered my question. It was in regards to the traffic on the curve, entry and exit into that development. I see it as an accident waiting to happen. Would you agree with that? And could you just allude to, you're traveling that road every day. Do you see more traffic now than when you moved in?
Definitely. I think many of my neighbors could attest. I will admit I'm not often home all day, so I wouldn't say that I'm the best person to answer that question. My wife works from home, her business, and the traffic has definitely increased. It is an arterial road. There's lots of stuff. We're seeing more dump trucks, more like heavy trucks. I don't know what they're carrying, but they rattle the houses all the way along, which is primarily not primarily, it's almost exclusively single-story houses all up through our neighborhood. Our house shakes when the trucks go by. So I think with some of that transient traffic, I think it's going to get even worse with that blind corner and these big trucks. They take longer to stop. The reaction time that's required in order to mitigate an accident for us, when we're coming out of our driveway, if there's a car parked in front, and it's happened sometimes, they put this really cool sign that they were working on the bridge, like right in front of our driveway, so we couldn't see out. They moved it further down, I'm sorry, but there wasn't enough, it was 1.5 seconds before, and we were already in the road for us to see a car coming, just a car. Well, that could be a tractor trailer. That tractor trailer is not gonna stop, and I've got a very tiny, awful car with no acceleration. I'm not getting out of the way either. But my wife has told me of dozens of cars that are speeding around that corner that she can't see, in particular in the spring, more in the spring and the summertime, when some of that foliage is a little more concentrated. She almost gets hit all the time. So we did some experiments with our neighbors in kind of handling some of the overspill that naturally would lend itself kind of out front, and even further south on Niagara Street, just to see what those sightlines really actually look like. I can appreciate that that Upper Canada has their people looking at, they've hired consultants to take a look at traffic sightlines and whatever. I've hired many consultants in my life, and every single one of them that I paid was definitely in support in some iteration to support my argument. So I think it's slightly disingenuous. I don't think there's a counter to it. I mean, I don't think the city's gonna pay for that. So we did it in crude fashion. Like, I'm a sleeves rolled up kind of guy, so are my neighbors. So we parked the cars there. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can actually get out. The experiment had to be dropped because my wife, I'm a little bit crazy, I think, but my wife is not. So she told me, listen, we have to stop this. You're gonna get killed. Someone's gonna come by. There's no point in pushing this anymore. We have what we need, right? So it's a very dangerous place. I can appreciate where they had originally in the plan, I think they had the driveway for the building parallel to ours, which was more on the south side of the site, and they've moved that to the other side, but that it's a nominal difference in reaction time. It's actually 0.5 seconds. We timed it. So I'm kind of stealing my wife's thunder. She's probably mad at me because some of this stuff is part of hers, but it's a very dangerous situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Seymour. I thought the argument that you made in terms of the incremental tax revenue that the city would gain from this development being more than offset by the loss in property values. Now, did you do any research on that? I'm not discounting it, but other people routinely do discount that when that argument is made during these kinds of issues.
It's a gray area for sure, right? So there are very few concrete studies because there are a lot of intangibles when it comes to the math, right? Much like using consultants for certain things. We go, hey, we're gonna put this underground big bin and it's gonna slow release out. It's gonna take care of things. There's a little bit of fudging to it, of course, right? I've been in accounting and whatever, right? Yeah. So all I did was I took the average price in the North End, and then I took the corporate tax rate on a building. I guessed, I thought it would be around 10 million, probably not, maybe 8. And then I just went, okay, how much money are we all gonna lose if this happens? Now, in some cases, and I can appreciate, I think, where you're going. So I'm gonna lead with my chin a little bit, is I think that there is an argument, certainly, in some areas that there has been an, like a flatline effect when a large development goes into a well-established neighborhood. I've read about it, but I haven't seen any instances where anyone's property values are not affected in some way, and it's never positive. So I think that some of the intangibles, and I tried not to talk about it because I think the passion is in this room. Some people are gonna talk about that. So I just kind of looked at it as a monetary thing. Like we kill ourselves for our money. We spent 7 figures for our home, and that's a lot for us, right? I worked my entire life for this. And who's gonna wanna buy my house? Who's gonna wanna buy the guy across the street? And where does it end? I don't know where that number is. I can appreciate that. But at some point, someone has to put a number to something and go, what happens? Well, the worst case scenario would be 3 times that. But on the numbers that I presented, you're looking at a 322-year offset. Just for this, here's what we're gonna lose in property value, and how does it gain? I don't know, I don't have a magic ball.
Right. And right? Is that is your frame of reference from your experience in Brampton, Mississauga area?
For sure,
yeah.
Yes,
okay.
Entirely. So I bought my first house in my early 20s. And so I kind of wish I could go back because it was really cheap. But where other parts in certain areas in Mississauga, they skyrocketed. You know, they're 5-6 times in 20 years. But that's not the same case in Brampton. So there was a heavy influx in the first neighborhood that I was in. They put in a bunch of apartment buildings. Yes, there was some affordable housing that went in as well. And there was just a constant triplex, like all of the stuff that I hear about. And I watch the YouTube. I'm probably one of the only subscribers to this meeting. But as they continue to build upward, right? Or take larger lots, older homes that had a bit of property, take 2 of them, start pounding up. There was an introduction into the neighborhoods of a transient kind of people, right? So people who don't have skin in the game. In our neighborhood, it's heavily homeowners, right? And as a renter, I grew up in a rental property. I know what it's like. And not every person who rents is an undesirable for a well-established, decent income, large lot kind of neighborhood like what we've got, an enviable neighborhood. I can appreciate that, but there is some component to it. As I've seen some of the problems that are south of the QEW, they're migrating up. So now we have a problem at Scott and Niagara in our neighborhoods. We've got people breaking into cars and carjacking, like this stuff that never happens. Those are the problems that were in North Mississauga and Brampton as I was growing up. And now some of them, they're not safe neighborhoods. They're not. I don't drive through some of the neighborhoods that I grew up in and on Ontario housing, where there's a heavy concentration of people. All I'm saying is there's a slippery slope that happens when it comes to density increase. And I think that there's a responsibility for all of us to do it in a way that does make sense, that we can see much further down past our lives. I'm more concerned with my children who take my house, right? Is what does this neighborhood look like? Why is it this is a great place to live? Because it's not that. That's why it's a great place to live. If I wanted to live next to an apartment building, I would live in Toronto again. I don't want to be there, right? We've got a huge plot of land, a great place, and now it's being eroded. And none of our neighbors, not one, wants this thing. So I can appreciate where you guys are coming from, right? You guys are going, hey, what happens if? Maybe you see those things. I just want to let you know, as someone who votes for you guys, who watches the YouTube things, right? Who cares about his neighborhood, just like you do. You guys live here. I assume you have to, all of you. You live here. Would you want this in your backyard? Would you want this in your neighborhood? It depends on the neighborhood. That's the answer. It's not in my backyard. If I live downtown, I gotcha. The development in the open areas in the West St. Catharines area that you guys are dealing with right now, wonderful opportunity in some of those old farmlands and stuff. I get it, right? Does that make sense? Sure. Does it make sense on Ontario Street? That's up for you guys. That's you guys to decide. And obviously, it wasn't a unilateral decision at a 7-5 vote before I got here. I've talked too much. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I appreciate, by the way, how you let the time go.
You know what? In a public meeting, I always want to make sure people have the opportunity to have what they need to say.
I appreciate that.
With that, though, I don't have any more questions for you. So thank you, Mr. Seymour. But I am not shuffling you off the stage. I just think we've run our course on this one. Thank you so much. At this time, can I call upon Lisa Lupia to present? As we're preparing for the next one, I will just let everybody know that, as is the custom around here, the air conditioning broke on Monday afternoon, again. So we apologize that it is a little toasty in here, but you can see our director of engineering facilities running around and trying to open windows. So we're trying to cool it down. Ms. Lupia, the lectern is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Lupia, and I live at 702 Niagara. I was told I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to touch on a few issues that my husband already touched on as well. The proposed development at 704 does not meet the city's parking requirement of 1.25 spaces per unit. Planning states that spillover parking is normal for residential neighborhoods. Homes in this part of the North End are overwhelmingly two-car households. There are no nearby grocery stores, places of employment, or daily services. No one is moving here without a car. No one is biking to the grocery store. Oh, that's too far. Brookwood Village townhomes, located right around the corner, meet the city requirement for townhomes of 1.5 parking spaces per unit. Yet, at any time of day, 8 to 12 cars can be found parked on the road, while visitor parking sits empty. 1.5 spaces doesn't work in this area. 704 does not even meet the city's minimal standard of 1.25 spaces per apartment unit. Subtracted from that, 3 visitor parking spots are proposed. This would be filled by a single unit having 1 party. This matters because parking spillover here creates a serious safety risk. Oh, I keep going too far. The accident study provided for 704 includes only accidents that have been reported from 2020 to 2025, timing which excludes a fatality that occurred at the bend at Beamer Creek. Neighbors can attest to seeing many accidents and near misses here that often go unreported. My home sits immediately between the proposed site and the bend at Beamer Creek. When I make a right turn into my driveway, I signal and pump my brakes far in advance to alert those behind me. Cars often come around that bend at 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. I've been nearly rear-ended countless times. In an experiment last weekend, we simulated spillover parking in front of 702 and 704. My husband and I attempted to record visibility while pulling out of our driveway. We could not see oncoming traffic until the front of our vehicle was already extending into the travel lane. We were nearly halfway into the lane before approaching traffic became visible, at about 23 meters away. At this point shown in the diagram, reaction time is about 1.5 seconds, and that's with our vehicle already in the middle of that lane of traffic. From that point, we're unable to see the vehicle at the bottom of the diagram. Even one parked car at this location creates a major visibility hazard. Okay, I don't know how to do this. Push it again. I don't know how to do it. It's not going. Oh, there we go. So this is my husband trying to pull out, and the nose of the car is almost in the front. Can't see anything. I don't know why I'm having difficulty with this. Okay, and this is a view of that car, how close it was in the previous diagram once it's fully in view. We repeat, sorry, I'm having trouble with the slides, clearly. We repeated this experiment at 704 and found visibility was only marginally improved by about half a second and still required pulling into the roadway to see approaching vehicles. The bottom two cars on the diagram are not visible from this point at all. There's a sidewalk on only one side of the street here. It ends directly across from 704, where you see that X. Pedestrians cross the street where the sidewalk ends in order to continue walking safely on our side of the road. There are 2 elementary schools around the corner. In the morning, you'll have cars parked on the road, dozens of people leaving for work from these apartments, while at the same time, children are making their way to school. This is not acceptable risk. Sorry, I'm really having trouble with this. This was a view pulling out of 704 Niagara, so you can see where that car is. It's not a lot of time to react. Despite this, the traffic consultant's submission does not account for on-street parking at all in their sightline analysis. They talk about landscape provisions and pruning vegetation, but nowhere did I read anything about on-street parking. Stormwater management is another concern. The region staff state they are not aware of any capacity concerns at the culvert and that the proposal would be outside the floodplain. The front of this property is currently within the floodplain of Beamer Creek, shown here in green. The proposal fills that land in and then declares the site outside of the floodplain. So where does that displaced floodwater go? I'm assuming neighboring properties. This shows parking lot catch basins and roof water leaders channeling stormwater directly into the creek via a new understreet stormwater line. This site consisted almost entirely of permeable surfaces, a grass lot, a small home, and a brick driveway. Under the proposal, approximately 2,400 square meters becomes impermeable, covered by building and asphalt. A modest rainfall of 5 millimeters over 2,400 square meters would result in 12 cubic meters of water. That's 1.3 times the storage capacity tank that the developer is proposing at 9 cubic meters. Additional water then is emitted directly into a visibly strained creek system. So, 2 photos. On the left is a photo of the creek during dry conditions. On the right is a photo taken during a rainstorm. The red line is at the same point in both photos and at about the height of the road. On the right, the height to the top of the rushing water is about 5 feet higher than it is on the left, well above the top of the culvert. Local residents have seen water flood the road in the past. And I just heard about talk about increasing the size of the culvert, but that really has no effect on all the homes downstream that are already getting flooded. While the region and planning may not see this as a capacity concern on paper, anyone with a home along the creek sees a concern here. Finally, I keep hearing the term gentle intensification. Respectfully, none of these impacts seem gentle to me. 31 units on an R1 lot does not seem gentle. This is a simple massing model showing that the building looms over the neighboring 1 and 1.5 story homes and remains clearly out of scale with the street. The decorative facades and fake peaked roof parapets do not meaningfully address the neighborhood character or context and read as completely superficial. I'm trying to do my next slide. Sorry, I don't know why it doesn't go. Okay. While the roof line meets the 10-meter limit, the roof parapets, the rooftop mechanical unit are all above that limit. Ultimately, 31 units represent an over-intensification of this site, placing the impacts of parking shortfalls, traffic danger, stormwater strain, and incompatible scale squarely on surrounding residents. I respectfully ask council to take these concerns into serious consideration when making your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Lupia. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. I'll now call upon Laura Bariza to speak. Ms. Bariza, the lectern is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Condensing my concerns about this proposed development at 704 Niagara Street into just 5 minutes was no easy task. I won't waste any time describing the stress and anxiety that has dominated our lives since March 18th, 2022, when a tree service company arrived next door to us, and the technician standing just on the other side of our fence in our backyard looked at me with a smile and said, "They're all coming down." And indeed they did. Every single tree on that property would be removed between Friday, March 18th and Monday, March 22nd. You can see some of those trees. It was not one tree that we're talking about. We're talking about over 15 mature trees, some which had been on the property for more than 100 years. There's a famous quote from Jurassic Park that says, "They were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should." While the quote applies to the reintroduction of dinosaurs into the modern world, and we all know how that turned out, the same logic needs to be applied to ignoring the wisdom of a city's official plan in order for a development project to profit for some seasoned developers who claim to love the North End, but have already destroyed both the history of the land they purchased and the natural habitat of the existing neighborhood. When council approved the rezoning of 195 Vine Street from low density to medium density residential, They allowed for only the construction of two two-story apartment buildings. At this location, the property in question directly faces several commercial properties, a busy gas station, a restaurant, the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara, and is a few meters from a large church and parking lot, and it is also within 200 meters of the QEW. It is already in an area that, despite being zoned low density, is within sight lines and within walking distance of several commercial amenities. Council insisted that the proposed buildings be limited to 2 stories and that the project's design be further modified to remove balconies from the side elevations to ensure the privacy of adjacent residential neighbors was not impacted. The property at 704 Niagara Street is surrounded by nothing but 1 and 1.5 story residential homes, a quiet rail trail with Beamer Creek a few meters away. To allow a 3.5-story apartment building at this location would severely alter the established low-rise rhythm, running counter to the official plan's direction for sensitive transition and neighborhood compatibility. It would irrevocably alter the character of this North End neighborhood more than it already has. This undermines the planning framework that us residents rely on. The residents of Niagara Street and nearby properties are asking for the same considerations that were so thoughtfully given to the residents around 195 Vine Street. Please respect our privacy, our properties, our investment in our future, and our safety. 2 minor additional concerns I would like to address are the lighting for the parking and driveway of the proposed building and the locations of the garbage receptacles. A site lighting photometrics plan prepared and certified by a qualified engineer must be submitted to demonstrate minimum light levels in parking areas and along roadways and to ensure no spillover occurs to adjacent properties. Given that the parking lot is immediately adjacent not only to our backyard, but also our bedroom window, we have serious concerns that the developer, who has already shown so little regard for the neighborhood and the residents, will not comply with this. What assurances do we have that the owners will not simply ask for more reductions in their responsibilities to the official plan and to neighbors? Based on the number of units proposed, it has been stated that waste collection will be the responsibility of the owner through a private collector. Given the past and present pattern of behavior of disregard, cutting corners, and asking for reductions wherever they can, we have serious concerns that the owners will not handle waste collection in a responsible manner that respects adjacent property owners. The current plan shows the waste receptacles will be located directly behind our backyard. The North End has a well-known problem with rats. With a proposal for a lot of this size, there are, and it's evident in the maps that were shown in the corners of that flag-shaped lot, there are empty corners there that abut directly onto the Grantham Rail Trail. It's unclear why garbage receptacles couldn't be moved as far as possible away from the adjacent properties. These are family homes that back onto this property. I would ask that the garbage receptacles be moved as far away from any of the surrounding family homes. There is a principle in psychology that states that the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. We have watched for 4+ years as the property owners of 704 Niagara Street have destroyed the natural environment of a well-established neighborhood, have cut corners wherever possible, and have done everything to make sure that their proposal will profit for them, ignoring the wishes and rights of the community. While we fully support thoughtful, gentle intensification, this proposal is neither thoughtful nor gentle. It goes against the intent of the official plan. Please use your powers to require the property owners to respect the city's official plan, to respect the rights of the adjacent property owners, and to respect the character of the community that they, the developers themselves, claim they love. I respectfully request that Council require a scaled-down, more context-appropriate design with modifications that align with the existing community context, with the official plan's intent, such as scaling down the building's height, reducing density, or exploring alternative uses for the site that would integrate more harmoniously with the existing neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bariza, for your presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you again for the presentation. At this time, I'd like to ask if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak. I'll ask one more time. Is there anybody in attendance who would like to speak? Come on forward. And if I could just ask you to give your name when you speak, sir. Thank you. The lectern is yours.
My name is Bill Nash. I live at 656 Niagara Street, which is a fair distance from the proposed site, but nonetheless, my kids went to school at both of the schools from 20 years apart. But I'd like to ask a question of the gentleman that, sorry, I forgot.
Sir, no, you can't ask questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So I'd like
my
to say,
apologies.
I'd like to say this. The original proposal was a 4-story building. I don't know how many feet that was, but it was over the 10 meters. And now they're going to a 4-story building, 3.5 they call it. So they're just digging deeper into the ground, which is digging into this floodplain. I don't know, and I've seen that creek rise and I've seen it go across the road. I don't know where all this water's gonna go. Honestly, I think it's just a disaster waiting to happen. And I think council should really think about the parking, the water, the neighborhood. I've lived there since 1986, and they built this church across the road from us many, many years ago. And at that time, I went to the council meeting, and the church and the old age home, the seniors home that was built behind that, right across the street from me on Niagara Street, was calling for a 3-story building, and they made them reduce it to 2 stories because it didn't fit the neighborhood. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Sir, there is actually a question from one of our councilors. Sure. Councilor Williamson?
Thank you. Good evening, Bill. If you were to ask hypothetically a question, what would the question be that we'd like to have answered? We could ask staff the question if you like.
Oh, I would like to know what's the change in the building. Now it's 3.5 stories, but really it hasn't changed. There's still 31 units. There's still 37 parking spots. Obviously, the building's going more underground. What is the change?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir, for the presentation. Is there anybody else in attendance who would like to speak? Okay, so right over here.
Mayor, council, and community members. I don't live on Niagara Street. Actually, I live on Vine Street. But I think it would be not a good idea to have a 4-story building in that area because it's going to jeopardize privacy from North End residents. And I know North End residents respect the privacy. And it would actually set a precedent for any other type of builds. So I totally disagree with this, and I hope you do too.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions of the presenter? All right. Are there any other speakers? Ma'am, come on forward.
Hi, my name's Erin. I live at 31 Cabot Drive. So where my house is, our backyard looks out onto the backyard of Niagara Street through a creek. And we have many times when rain, I know it's the same point over and over again, but I just have to hit home that we've seen it numerous times. I've watched a house at 705 Niagara Street, the water come completely up halfway to their sliding glass doors like that. And it's happened numerous times. We love our neighborhood. We are not against development, as many people have said. I would suggest looking at 141 Parnell Road. A single dwelling went into a multi-unit property, townhouses beautifully done. There's no spillover in parking at 140 Parnell, as opposed to 151 Parnell, I believe it is. So again, we would just like to really, if it was your property backing on there, the damage that these people have to deal with over and over and over again when that flood happens. I don't know where the water is going to go, truly.
Thank you for the presentation. Is there anybody who has any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else in attendance who wishes to speak? Come on forward, sir. If you could just give your name to the council coordinator right there.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Green, and I live just down the street from the proposal. And I've listened closely to the presentation tonight, and I want to respectfully challenge one area, and that is mainly framed as the modest increase in density, and it's not a modest increase. This property is currently zoned as R1, low-density residential, intended for detached homes, stable neighborhood character. The proposal is moving this to an R3, and actually an R3 with an amendment, I believe. R3 typically allows for, I believe it was roughly at one of our meetings, 25 to 27 units. That would be on a lot that size. And here we are looking at 31 units on less than an acre of land. And that does matter. Once the precedent is set, it doesn't stop here. I ask that council look beyond the height comparisons, which are fine. The height comparisons are what they are. It comes down to the true density and the long-term impact on whether this level of intensification belongs in this location. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in attendance who would like to speak on this proposal? Okay. If you could just give your name to the council coordinator.
Thank you. I did submit a letter, so basically I'm just going to reiterate a little bit that was in the letter. I live at, my husband and I live at 25 Cabot Drive, and we've lived there for 28 years. When I attended one of the meetings where the developer or the investor was in attendance, it was suggested at that time to him, because we were not opposed to development, and everybody kept saying that. It just had to be a gentle development that was compatible for all parties as best as we could. It was proposed at that time, would he consider a different development? And he was actually very candid, and which we appreciated, because he was being honest with us. And he said, honestly, I am not interested in any other development other than an apartment building with the number of units that I'm requesting. I want this as an income property for me. Well, that's great. I guess we all want a lot of things that for an income for ourselves, or a second income, or whatever the case may be. But it took in no consideration for any of the people that we all bought in this neighborhood, and we all have lived here for a very long time. We retire in this neighborhood, and we change over our homes for our children to continue to live in this neighborhood. Housing is at a premium, and housing is very difficult. Anyone who has children knows, your children trying to even to get into the market, we all end up helping them, whether it be with their mortgages, whether it be accommodating them back in our homes so they can save, so that they can live in a viable neighborhood that is safe and secure and that feels like home. And that's what the North End is. And unfortunately, this investor, he doesn't live in the North End. He really didn't want to take into consideration anything that anybody really had to say, and we were open that night to hear what he did have to say and any other opportunities that he would present to us for an alternate development. He was closed. It was a one and done, and he said, and his words were exactly that, I am not interested in any other type of development other than apartment building for extra income for me. And that's where we left it. And where do you go from there? So I would ask that council consider this when you have homeowners who have put everything they can into our home. We rebuilt our home 10 years ago. We had a fire and we lost our home and we lost everything. And the decision was made then on what type of home that we would build. Why didn't we put an apartment building on? We could have fit a fourplex in our property too. But we didn't. We lived on a circle with neighbors that we had to be considerate of too. So we rebuilt our bungalow back on our home. And we'll retire there. And we did retire there. And we did help our children buy into the North End, a very similar arrangement. So again, I would ask that council considers the people that live there and not just someone who wants a second income at our cost. That's all.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. Is there anybody else in attendance who would like to speak? All right. Seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Dodge, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. The public meeting is now closed. Council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Is there a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor Lindell, is there a seconder to put it on the floor? As a reminder, you do not have to vote in favor or against the motion.
Mayor, I can second it.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. So we have a mover and a seconder. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, obviously a lot of conversation regarding the floodplain. I'm wondering if staff can, looking at this, I know our staff don't work for the MPCA. This is the MPCA's role to work with the developer on this. Certainly a lot of sensitivities with Walker and Beamer Creek, as one of our presenters did present today with a photo showing how high the water levels can actually get. I'm wondering if staff have had a deeper look at this and the more closely, I guess, at what the developer's plan is with mitigating stormwater.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So through the circulation process, the application was shared with staff from the MPCA. We were in receipt of feedback from the MPCA on the application. Just their feedback was fairly general in terms of their ability to identify that the approach to regrading the site to remove it from the 100-year floodplain is something that is supported by the regulations. More technical work would be needed through the MPCA permitting process. The city's engineers, as well as the region's engineers, will also be involved in any future stormwater management design. Of course, the city's interests are predominantly addressed through the site plan process. And given that the outlet is Niagara Street, which is, of course, regional infrastructure, the regional engineers will be involved as well. So in terms of the scrutiny, in terms of the ultimate design, it will involve alignment of both city engineering, regional engineering, as well as conservation authority expertise should this project arrive at a more detailed design.
Thank you. Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff. My question goes to, and maybe this is for the public as well, why are we here for an approval on this rather, like, why don't we go to the MPCA first to address the flooding issue rather than this coming before council? You know, because you pull up the floodplain map that is literally on the MPCA's website, and you look literally in this area, and it's actually one of the highest within the within these surroundings and streets. Why doesn't the developer come to council first, showing that they've met with NPCA first? And just maybe you can just explain, you know, why the process is the way it is, because we're here tonight trying to make a decision on a development where we as councillors can see there's clearly an issue with potential water levels around the neighborhood, and it looks like it's going to get worse with this development. I guess my question, through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff is, why is the process the way the process is? Why are we not having, you know, a floodplain map in front of us showing that it is safe to build this here? Why are we doing this first?
Apologies, Councillor. I wonder if it might be appropriate. Mr. Godfrey is still in the gallery. Maybe you can just nod for me. I believe your team, did you discuss directly with the MPCA? I don't know, maybe if it would be appropriate.
Yeah, and again, I'm sorry to put staff, like, our staff don't work for the MPCA. So, and again, I know we're not flood experts, so I'm trying to get an understanding of why the process is the way it is. We're here trying to, you know, either approve or deny this development, but this is a key piece of data that I think we need before making a decision like this. Residents are concerned. I just pulled it up on the map, and it's showing it is a high-risk area for flooding. Can any staff, CAO, can anyone talk about Director of Planning? Don't want to put staff on. I'm just trying to understand why the process is the way it is. Because we need data to make informed decisions.
To the Director.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor. I spoke earlier about the hierarchy of planning policy that exists in the province of Ontario. When we have an applicant who is considering developing in the community, we take them through what's a pre-consultation process where they do sit down and meet with not just municipal staff, but regional staff, MPCA staff, and other impacted agencies and boards, who all address at that time, first of all, what their requirements are to move forward, and secondly, at what is the appropriate stage to move forward at. Because we're dealing with an application right now that tackles principle of use being at the official plan and zoning level, the MPCA themselves have raised initial concerns up at this point about flooding. And you saw the comments also in the report around page 15 about the status of the culvert repair. Those were identified ahead of time also as a caution to the developer. So should they wish to move forward, that this is something that they need to add to their performa, to their homework list, that they'll be coming forward at a later time. So at the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw stage, the report identifies the evaluation of the criteria that we have available to us now. Should council agree to move forward to the next step and approve this tonight, the next step is site plan, at which time the more detailed cut and fill, grading, drainage, stormwater management, functional servicing report will be looked at in greater detail, again, to the senior manager's point, by 3 different levels of engineering staff, city, regional, and MPCA. So there is quite a bit of scrutiny at that time, and no development would proceed without permits from the Conservation Authority as it is.
Thank you for that, and thank you, and you know, for staff for answering this question. I'm going to be honest, through Mr. Mayor, I can't support this this application. There's more data that is required. Serious concerns around the flooding. You know, based on my initial research on the MPCA floodplain mapping, it's clearly a high-risk area, and you know, residents have every right to be upset and concerned about what's being proposed. For those reasons, I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips. Can we turn Councillor Phillips on? He turned himself off.
Thank you. I'm back. Thank you. Lots to say. I do have questions as we go through this, but give me some leniency on this, Mr. Mayor, please. So we have a 3.5-story apartment building that's going to be located on a piece of land surrounded by single-story houses on a curve of a very busy arterial road, and we're requiring the elimination of a section of a floodplain. I don't understand that. Leaving or putting low-density residential conservation, leaving that natural area to R3 medium density, all the whole giving reduced front yard setbacks, reduced parking ratios, while indicating overflow parking can locate on a very busy Niagara Street. I also don't understand. I think that's a very dangerous situation. In all my years on council, this is the first time I've ever heard of accepting a request to reduce the size of a floodplain. Albeit it might be a small amount according to some people, but Councillor Dodge and I have had many situations, and I'm sure other veteran councillors have had situations where floodplains have been in question and they are not ever to be touched. And I can't understand why this one is like that. It says in the report, redesignating a portion from natural area to medium density residential is, quote, not expected to create instability in the area. I'm not sure what is not expected to really means, because it might, given that quote. Why not say it will not create instability, and I'd feel much better with that. A new stormwater outlet going into Beamer's Creek to the south of the site. What effect is that going to have on any residents to the north? Walker's Creek is a good example. We built a large condo area there, and with a large container. I want to know from staff, what's the capacity of these tanks that are going to be collecting rainwater, which will be dispensed in a series of 2 or 3 days afterwards? What happens when those tanks fill up, you're still going to flood the creek, I imagine. So I'll ask what the capacity is, and is that a concern? Our strategic direction states that we are going to ensure community stewardship with environmental sustainability, yet we're reducing a floodplain. I don't understand that at all. Parking in Niagara Street, as I said, is a real concern. Entrance and exit onto Niagara Street is to me, an accident waiting to happen. The Garden City Plan states it will represent an appropriate fit into the neighborhood. What is defined as an appropriate fit? How can you put a 3.5-story apartment building into a field surrounded by single detached homes of residents who have lived there for many, many years, as our residents have indicated? It does not fit. So what is the definition of an appropriate fit? Again, it's the developer showed, or the consultant showed the fact there was a retail plaza up the street. The retail plaza has a butcher shop and an Avondale and a small grocery or a small pharmacy, but not much else. And a veterinarian's place and a physiotherapist, but don't get the opinion that you're going to have a Metro or a Sobeys. In the report, it indicates that the nearest bus stop is, I think, 70 meters away. That's almost as walking to a football field to get to a bus. So, you know, getting back, the big concern is overflow into the creek. What's the capacity once it gets filled? I guess, Mr. Martuccio, maybe you could answer that, do you know?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't have specific numbers on the capacity for the storm. I can tell you that the development will have to be designed in a way that the flows, that the stormwater flows from the development are equal to or less to than what currently exists. So any storage on site would have to be able to accommodate any stormwater events that it would experience and be able to outlet that into the creek as to not make the situation any worse than it is today.
Do you know if we've had any concerns or complaints where in our ward, we've had one other situation where they buried one of those tanks. It's on Niagara Street, just across from, or just down the street from the Greek church. It's a new one, relatively new.
Through the mayor, the councilor.
It borders Walker's Creek.
Yeah, through the councilor, the mayor. I don't have the specific details of that one at hand today.
Okay. And lastly, we have a goal of getting 11,000 new residences in St. Catharines by 2030. And we have, and counting, almost 40 new buildings that we have approved. It almost seems like we have a developer of the week coming to ask for a new site plan agreement or a new agreement. How close are we to 11,000? We just, we have 8 buildings going up at the Black Sea Hall. We have 10 buildings going up at and they started construction, I was told, at the old General Hospital site. We have pieces of land all over the city. Are we getting close to 11,000? Does anybody know? Mr. Mayor, do you know?
So if your question is, are we getting close to having 11,000 units built? No. We are on track. We're meeting our goals through the Housing Accelerator Fund and through the Building Faster Fund, but we are still a good distance away. What you're describing, though, the approvals that we've given for units, I would suggest we probably at this stage are getting close to that 11,000 unit number. Last year alone, I believe we approved official plan and zoning amendments that would have allowed for north of 5,000 units. So we are making headway, but shovels go in the ground and things start to get built. That is happening, and we are on track.
Thank you. It's almost to the point where we should put a halt on these because it's overwhelming our planning department with all these permits that with nothing getting done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So some of my concerns were expressed regarding the proposed development at 704 Niagara Street, particularly its reliance on amendments to the official plan and the zoning bylaw. The proposal was not supported in terms of introducing increased density at this location. The project is considered too large, compromising of 3.5 to 4, and this is what my take from the public meetings. This isn't what staff has been saying to me. This is what the residents and the neighbors shared with me at the public meeting. The development does not conform to the existing residential context, especially since the site was previously a single detached historic bungalow. Additionally, the environment sensitivity of the land raises concerns as changes to the floodplain evacuation and soil disturbances could impact groundwater, erosion, drainage, potentially damaging nearby homes, which we have seen several times in the North End. Furthermore, Niagara Street already experiences heavy traffic at peak times, including public transit and larger trucks, and added vehicle volume from this would increase congestion and safety risks. Parking is also insufficient, which would likely push cars onto the shoulder, creating sightline issues, especially at a blind corner, making it difficult and dangerous for residents to access their driveways. Lastly, during the 2 public meetings, residents clearly stated they are not opposed to development per se. They understand that the site will be developed, but they do not believe this density is appropriate or conforming to the neighborhood. And also, I've said about the floodplain and how it's been impacted to me and to my neighbors. And I think that, everything, when you put it down on paper, it sounds great until Mother Nature opens the sky and decides that they're not going to have something there. So I won't go into too much about that. And the same thing I feel is happens with the parking on the busy street that's there. We're adding a safety issue there with people coming out, as you saw in some of the slides earlier, of them trying to come out onto the street and not being able to see. And unfortunately, there is a blind corner there, and one of the biggest complaints I get about that street, the section, and I'm sure the regional councilors get it, you probably get it as the mayor, is about the high speed the traffic travels along that part of the road. And it would be exacerbated and more difficult with parking on the street. So like I said, on paper, and the traffic reports say, oh, it's safe and it should be, but in reality, that's not how it works there. So, you know, the Garden City Plan was also, you know, discussed, and what people felt about that, and there's lots of great points that were brought up in that, and I won't go into all of that. But I want to say that the residents that did come out to the public meetings were very well informed. They did their homework well. They came and they were very respectful, as well as staff, and they shared their thoughts. And tonight you've seen a bit of what we discussed during the 2 public meetings. So I think that at the end of the day, it's not that they don't want to see development there. This isn't the right development. As someone had said, this would be great downtown or on Ontario Street, but in this spot, it's not a great situation to have this there. When you go in the immediate surroundings there, you go down to the schools and to like any of the, and to the Lions Club, for instance, they're all 1 story. They're not any higher than that. And then we talk about being good for neighborhood usage and stuff like that. I can't do this, but my daughter, I asked her today to do this for me. And it's probably, if you want to go to the nearest grocery store, it's an 1.5 hour trip there and back if you had to walk. And, you know, public transit's great, you know, most of the time, but not all the time, you know. And then the next closest shopping area, like with the actual grocery store, is 8 kilometers away. So you do the math of walking that far and then bringing your groceries home. It doesn't really fit with, it's a great place to have a high-density building there so that, you know, people can get places quick. In the North End, there's nowhere you can get quick. In Grantham, we always joke about the fact that we don't even have a gas station in Grantham. You know, so we don't. So, you know, even by car, we have a problem. We have to leave our area just to get to the gas station. So this is just kind of a little bit of a insight of what happens in this North End area, where this doesn't really fit the compatibility of what would be great for having this type of high-density property going in there. So I'll leave that now.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was a gentleman who came up here tonight who discussed leaving Brampton because of the way it was being developed. And one of the things that I notice about Brampton and their development is that they have no care or concern for the fabric of their neighborhoods. All of their developments are something that rips through that fabric and doesn't actually meet any of the necessities that are needed in a neighborhood. A couple of weeks ago, we approved a development on Ellis Avenue that does the exact same thing. And somebody, or several people, talked about precedent. And I think that when we do this, when we approve developments that actually add no benefit to a neighborhood, that actually take away from the neighborhood, that we are doing a disservice to our city, and especially on something where it's a natural green space. We are not the governing body that should be taking away natural green spaces from our garden city. We should be the governing body that's making sure those green spaces are taken care of, that we're not just saying, it's not going to really have that much of a difference if we do take it away, if we maybe put a culvert underneath it. I'm sure the flooding that's happening now is really going to go away. Those pictures that woman showed us of the creek coming up like that, that was disturbing to think that if we take away that floodplain and we're not mindful of that, that this could happen to people's houses, their basements, to some of those apartments that they're wanting to build in the ground. We don't know what's going to happen there when we take that away. They're there for a reason. And I think we need to do way more research on this. People were talking about the value of their homes going down because of this development. That's not a small thing. The people on Ellis Avenue already have that problem. They've seen it happen, and these people are gonna see the exact same thing. And those homes are stately, beautiful homes. It's a green, beautiful neighborhood, and I don't think we should be taking those away from our neighbors. We do have areas in this city that we can develop a little bit better. We do have areas in this city, like the General Hospital property, where 9 24-story towers don't take away from that neighborhood. But shoehorning these huge developments into a tiny little area is really ruining the fabric of our Garden City. So I can't support this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I don't believe in precedent setting. Every development in every different area of the city is different. So we approved a development on Niagara Street in the old credit union. Well, it's on a major artery. There is a bus route that provides good transit. It's a 4-lane road. So in that area, that's a good development. In this area here, I believe it's a little on the large side. And to compare it, on Linwell Road, across from Linwell Plaza, years ago there was development, lot size might be comparable. They put a condo house on the street side, and they did a 2-story building in behind. And I'm sure at the time the neighbors really complained about it too, but it was only 2 stories, and you know what? You don't notice it there. So we do have to do smart development. I really believe in, and you know what, city councilors from years past, we didn't do a very good vision of this city, or we wouldn't be in some of the mess we are in now. We didn't allow, we never thought, I'm not talking recent years, I'm talking 40, 50 years ago, just for clarification there, guys. You know, like you look at streets like Geneva Street and that, like the way the houses were built, and like no one ever thought that people would be moving out to the suburbs in the North End. And now that street really can't expand, or otherwise you're in somebody's front yard. So, I mean, and our city being 150 years old, that gives us some constraints as well. So we're in a difficult spot, but it does have to be a right build and a good build. I mean, the Director of Planning, I think she really explained it well, that, well, there's zoning in certain areas, and you throw it out as a blanket to protect everything, but then you have to go and tweak it. Like the Ontario Street thing, there was residentials on Ontario Street, but there's also commercial and high-density property right there. Why that whole block wasn't done commercial and everything, who knows? And it's, you know, it has to be changed to go with the tide. Anyways, and I did have one question for staff I was really wondering about, and I'm hoping they did, and it's probably a dumb question, but does staff actually go out and really physically visit the sites when they're doing these reports? I just want to know that I'm sure they do, but.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, staff visit every single application that they receive.
Good to know. I think people wanted to hear that, so very good. And one more little quick thing I'm just going to add on Niagara Street, because when I was on the Committee of Adjustment back in 2014, 697A Niagara Street, the house beside the original old house that has like a grape yard in the front yard, the residents, if I'm correct, nobody wanted to build that big bungalow next door. They all complained about it, but it's built there now and it fits and it's nice. So we can build nice things and it can fit in the neighborhood. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of process, I know we've had a few, without getting into specifics or requiring us to go in camera, but I know we've had a few of these planning proposals that we've turned down this year. And I'm just, if staff could maybe go through what happens next, like, you know, back in my day, last term of council, often, you know, people would go back to developers or property owners might go back to the drawing board and we might go over the same property a few times. So could staff go through kind of, you know, what the process is if this recommendation isn't approved tonight?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we're just trying to do a little bit of math on where we are in the 120 days. So council has 3 options to make tonight. 1, they can deny. 2, they can approve. 3, they can approve with modifications, or 4, they can defer. Should council opt to not approve the application this evening, the applicant has every right to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, at which time the city solicitor will seek direction from council as to the level of support that they wish to be a party or participant status at that tribunal hearing. The 120 days that this application triggered does expire May 13th. So I believe we have one more council meeting should council opt to defer. Yes, we have a council meeting on the 11th. Should council wish to defer with any further instruction to the developer to respond to, those would be the options at this time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are in a fairly unenviable position on council. We're not directly involved in building or things like that. I know we're trying to get a little more involved at the development council, but we're in this position where we need a lot of housing in the city, but we're not actually really in control of where it goes or how big it is or things like this, or at least not as much control as maybe we would like. My concern, as it's been with the last few times that we've rejected recommendations from staff, is that this will get appealed and we could end up with something that's worse or certainly not what the residents want to see and going more in a direction that they don't want to see it. So, certainly if anyone wanted to try to defer this for a couple weeks, maybe, but maybe that's too tight a timeline. I'm a little concerned about some of the comments about renters versus homeowners. I don't see a big difference in the caliber of people who rent apartments versus the caliber of people who own property in the city. We know that we need more rentals. So, I'm pretty conflicted on this one. I'm certainly sensitive to the environmental concerns there. But the fact of the matter is we don't have a lot of property owners who want to build dense housing that is rental apartments in the city right now. We can talk about sites that this would fit better at, or we can dream about, a better financial market for developers or something like this that might make more developments happen faster, but that's not the reality we're in. So it's certainly a tough spot for us to be in. I'll be curious what my colleagues say. Right now, it would be hard to go against this recommendation based on our track record of doing that so far this year. So those are all my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other comments from anybody on council, I will look to the clerk at this time to call the roll on the question.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Phillips. No. Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost.
All right, so we move on to item 8.2. This was moved from consent to discussion, financial management services, residents, beach parking permits, operating and financial options for 2026. I will look, council, so everybody's asking for, I am assuming, a timeout. Okay, but, so, count. Yeah, so we voted to deny, and so at this time, council has not approved the development application. The director has spelled out what the options are to the applicant, so I would suggest that this process is not over, but from a council perspective, we have said no to the development, just so everybody is clear. Now, to look to council, and thank you, Councillor Williamson, that was a good request. Council, I'm going to ask for an indeterminate extension to tonight's meeting because we have a significant amount of business that still needs to be done. We have a number of individuals who still need to speak. So can I get that motion, Councillor Phillips, Councillor McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. All right. At this point, I'm going to look to Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Ohoski for an overview of the upcoming report. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're back. Ms. Ohosky, go.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the Mayor to Council, this is just a brief overview of the report on the resident beach parking permits. Just some key highlights we wanted to make sure Council was aware of. So there was a direction last week at the April 20th Budget Standing Committee that staff look at a report ahead of the 2027 budget deliberations showing options to continue the resident beach parking system without charging the administrative fee for residents, as well as looking for information on potential changes to rates and fees so the offset for those residents' passes might be accommodated. The second part of the direction was to also look at options to eliminate fees for resident passes in 2026. The report in front of you only deals with the 2026 request. We wanted to make sure that we expedited this report as quickly as possible as we started selling resident passes on April 7th, so that's been ongoing. So we wanted to expedite this particular part of that direction as quickly as possible so that should council wish to discontinue that 2026 fee, you would have the report in front of you before, basically the season was well underway. So that report's in front of you. Regardless of what council decides tonight, whether it's to continue charging fees in 2026 or to discontinue those fees, we will still take the direction to look at preparing options prior to the 2027 budget deliberations that don't have reliance on the tax rate stabilization reserve, that are looking at potential changes to rates and fees to offset. So regardless of council's decision tonight for 2026, we'll still proceed with that direction for 2027. Staff did have reservations specifically to the 2026, which are outlined in the report. We've already started charging for passes, so that might cause some customer service issues and confusion, which we'd have to mitigate, as well as we haven't had the opportunity to do a full analysis of parking turnover if we were to eliminate those fees. So we did want to be 100% transparent with council that we do have reservations for 2026 because we haven't undertaken that analysis because we expedited this report. That said, we respect this is council's decision to make. So should council wish to proceed for the 2026 season without charging fees, there is an alternate motion at the end of the report for council if you disagree with staff's position on this. One important thing to note that if council does vote in to eliminate fees for 2026, staff would do an implementation and communication plan. It wouldn't be ready for tomorrow, so we just want folks who are listening or planning to come tomorrow to get a refund or a free resident pass. We need to put an implementation plan together, so we just wanted to make sure that was clear, so folks aren't coming to City Hall tomorrow and getting turned away. We would keep you in the loop on that plan and proceed in that vein. So that's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Ohosky. At this time, we will hear a delegation from Barb Chatwin. So I'd call upon Barb Chatwin to come and speak.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community members. Is parking running a deficit funded by the taxpayers while essential community supports remain stretched? Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to begin with information taken directly from the city's own audited financial statements. Over the past 3 years, parking operations in St. Catharines have been consistently run at a deficit. Approximately $687,000 in 2022, approximately $554,000 in 2023, and more than 1.130 or 1.1 million, over 1.1 million in 2024, totaling $2,371,000 over 3 years. These are not small variances, they are ongoing structural losses. And importantly, these losses are covered through levy support, which means property taxpayers are subsidizing parking. At the same time, residents are experiencing increasing property taxes and additional user fees, including beach parking charges. So the reality is this: residents are paying more, both through taxes and out of pocket, while the parking system continues to lose over $1 million almost per year. I want to speak clearly about beach parking because this matters. I am opposed to charging residents for beach parking. Once a fee is introduced, it creates a barrier, and over time, fewer people have access to these spaces, especially those who are already financially stretched. For many people in our community, the beach is not a luxury. It is one of the last accessible low-cost ways to enjoy nature, health benefits, fresh air, sunsets, and time with family. Our beaches are shared public spaces. Access to them should not depend on someone's ability to pay. And when these fees exist within a system that is already operating at a significant deficit, it raises a simple question. What problem is this fee actually solving? Because based on the financial statements, it is not eliminating the deficit. This brings us to a broader issue, one of transparency and priorities. If public dollars are being used to support parking, then that is a policy choice. And if it is a policy choice, it should be clearly explained, openly discussed, and justified to the people who are funding it. There is also an opportunity here to ask a broader question. If over $1 million, almost over $1 million per year is being used to subsidize parking, are there other areas where those funds could have a more meaningful impact? This is not about creating division. It's about thoughtful stewardship of public resources. I want to be clear, this is not confrontational, it is informed, and it is reasonable. I understand that council may not make a decision tonight. What I am respectfully asking for is accountability and clarity. Specifically, that council request a staff report clearly outlining the full cost and subsidy of parking operations, including beach parking. That the policy rationale for residents' beach parking fees be publicly explained, and that council provide a timeline to review and reconsider these fees ahead of the spring and summer 2026 season. In closing, residents are paying attention. We care about how public dollars are used. We value fairness, transparency, and access to shared public spaces. And we believe that when something is not working, financially or socially, it deserves to be revisited. If Brampton and Thorold can have free parking, so can St. Catharines. A city that values well-being does not put a price on access to nature. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chatwin. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you again for your,
Thank you.
thank you for your presentation. Can I get a counselor to move a motion to receive the delegation? Counselor Phillips, Counselor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Can I get a counselor, actually, I know Counselor Dodge, you are moving the alternate recommendation, so I'll ask that the alternate recommendation be put on the screen, and can I get a seconder for the alternate recommendation? Counselor Phillips. So if we could put the alternate recommendation on the screen. Are there any speakers to the motion? I have Counselor Harris.
I actually pressed the button a long time ago, but.
Counselor Harris?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not sure who's going to actually answer this question, but I believe we asked for a parking report, like an all-inclusive parking report. And I'm just wondering is any of this addressed in it, or can anybody answer that? I know the CAO is not here, so he probably can't answer the question, but I'm pretty sure we had hired a consultant. So I'm just wondering where that information is, or if it's ever going to be here, or how we're going to address this.
So through the mayor, last fall, we did have a parking report that was completed by a third party that was brought forward to council with a number of recommendations that was supported by council. Included in that did include a review of user fees, a look at the usage of various parking assets, looking at adding gates to garages. There was a number of specific recommendations included in that was supported by council. So those are being actively worked on, and there is existing additional report requests that have been made by council that staff are working on, as well as a direction, a mayoral direction that all kind of tie into that kind of all-encompassing parking report that was completed.
Okay, so I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Financial Management Services. So if we've had this report and there we endorsed it, and there was things like gates, and we talked about rates and fees, have we done any of those things? And would this contradict what we actually was recommended?
So through the mayor, we have been actively working on getting a new parking system in order to consolidate our systems. It was identified as a first step that would allow us to look at some of the additional options and efficiencies that could be found within the system. So that is one piece. Another one was looking at the special event parking fees. That was something that again came back to council in the fall and was an outcome of that parking report. So there are pieces that are actively being worked on, some of which have come to council, and many more to come as we move forward.
So I guess I'm going to ask a question again through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Financial Management Services. Does it make sense doing something like this when we actually haven't instituted all the changes that were recommended, when we could probably find some efficiencies and do things a little bit differently? Like maybe there's equipment we can use, maybe we can gate things, maybe there's all kinds of things we could do. It doesn't make sense to do something like this right now.
So through the mayor, I think the decision is ultimately, of course, that of council. The staff recommendation specific to this item was included in the report and some of the rationale for why. I do think, to a large extent, what is being requested in the alternative motion is, aside from the rates and fees piece that we'll be coming back with for the multi-year 2027 to 2030 rates and fees. Aside from that piece of that the rest of what's being requested in the alternative motion is largely unimpacted by the recommendations of the parking review.
Okay, and just one last question, Mr. Mayor. When do you think we're actually going to implement the recommendations from that report? I don't know who else can answer that, like anybody, or?
Through the mayor, again, they are being actively worked on. There are some that have started to come to council. The report did have a timeline in there, and there was short-term, medium-term, and long-term recommendations that were contained within that report. So we are right now working on the short-term, and then we will move on to the medium-term and then the longer-term.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something that I've never supported, is charging for beach parking. And once again, I'm going to ask that council support in not having beach parking permits charged to the residents of St. Catharines. You know, since the beach has been improved upon since COVID, there's been several things that have come into play, and I think that a lot of residents have had to endure a lot of things that have happened down in that area. And then the icing on the cake was, and which is fantastic. Everybody, I think everybody who's seen the beach recently is really proud of what has come out of that. But at the same time, we've lost the use of our beach since last year. And believe it or not, people go there all year round. They want to go down to see the sunrise. They want to go down to see the sunset. They want to go down to see the ice caps. They want to go down to see the water, the boats, all those sorts of things. So in light of that, I'm asking once again that we do not charge the residents of St. Catharines for this privilege of doing this. This is one of the only things I think that a family can go there and there's no cost to them. It's free to them to go to the beach and they can enjoy a day there, a couple of hours there, whatever. And I think that anyone that goes down there, there's just such a sense of peace and tranquility and excitement all at the same time. And I really feel that we need to open the doors so that our residents don't have to pay for the privilege of doing that. And those would be my comments for right now.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Couple of questions, Mr. Mayor, please. Do non-residents, I can't remember, so a non-resident goes to the beach, do they pay? And how? Like, is it, we have honk down there or whatever? Right? Yeah, okay. So if we're running a deficit on our parking, that actually would mean that we're not charging enough for parking and parking fees need to go up to reduce the deficit. Is that correct? To finance?
Through the mayor, that was one of the recommendations within the parking review.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And then the yes vote on this, I want to be clear on this. That means we are going to take away the paid parking for residents? Is that what the ask is on this?
So a yes on this would mean that residents would not have to pay to get their beach parking permit.
Okay, I just think we were too late on jumping this. If people have already paid for it and the cost of giving the refund back now, I think it was too late coming and we should have done it before this happened. So I won't support that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you. Just a quick question to start. The tax rate stabilization fund, where we're proposing this, we pull this from, what, or the reserve, sorry, what is that for? Like, what are we, like we have a mandate for that reserve. Just remind me what it is.
So through the mayor, without pulling up the exact wording from the report that we had at Budget Standing Committee last week, the purpose of the tax rate stabilization reserve is really to accommodate the one-time items, unforeseen circumstances that arise during the year.
Yeah, so one of my struggles then with this ask is, like, a more appropriate time for this to come would be when we're debating the budget, because this doesn't look like a one-time ask. It looks like something that's going to be expected yearly. So I mean, it would be great to have talked about it when we were debating our budget for 2026, and it will be good to talk about. I'm sure we'll talk about it again in 2027 because we seem to talk about it every year. And these are points that I've made every year, but I think it's worth stating them again. Parking fees are user fees, so they're charged to the user. I have 3 kids, and they're in swimming at the Quanta Center, so parking's free there, but the cost of the facility, including the parking, is built into the user fees that are charged through that facility. So I pay $90 per child for swimming lessons, and I do that because I want them to be safe when we do go to the beach, which we go often. I did quick math, and when we're using levy funds, in this case it's reserve, but I think the intention is to be levy funds at some point in the future. That comes from everyone. Everyone pays into that. So you have individuals, and I think that a conservative estimate in St. Catharines would be 20% of our residents don't drive. They don't have a license, they don't have a car, they don't drive, so that's about 30,000. For them to get to the beach, those 30,000 residents, they would have to spend $3.50 on a bus pass. That's the cheapest way to get there, and then they have to pay $3.50 to get home. That's their user fee to use the bus, and that's how much it costs them to get to the beach. Of course, you could argue that someone driving to the beach, they're going to spend money on gas and whatnot. But that individual, because we're considering, well, not now, but I think in the future we're considering put this on the levy. That individual not only pays for the bus, but they also through their tax dollars, through the levy, they pay for parking at the beach. They're contributing to that, so they're in some ways getting hit twice. And these are individuals who often can't afford a car. And then you have all the residents of St. Catharines who never use beach parking because that's not something that they do, but they're still contributing to the cost of parking at the beach through their tax levy. So, if you do the math, when we decide to spend money on something like beach parking, that's a decision that we make, and that's fine. I understand why we would make that decision, but that's money that we're paying for a piece of asphalt by the beach. That money could be used differently. One of the ways we could spend that money is we could provide free swimming lessons for every child in grade 2 currently. In the DSBN, there's approximately, rough estimate, 3,000 students in grade 2, and it would cost $270,000 per year to give them a semester of swimming lessons at the Kiwanis Center. We couldn't do that because we only have one pool. We didn't probably need a couple more pools, but that's what we could spend that money on. And you have to ask yourself, would that be of greater community good than a piece of asphalt by the beach? I personally think it would be, because it would mean that our kids would be safer when they do decide to go to the beach. So, yeah, I mean, we have this discussion every year. Those are kind of the points that come up every year, and I think that we are on course. We are on a good course with our current system. The beach passes, the resident beach passes, pay for themselves. I understand that it's inconvenience to get them online. We've been working through some of those issues, but this actually, you still need a beach pass. It just doesn't cost you anything. So residents still have to go and get one somehow with this proposal. So for all those reasons and others, I won't be supporting. That's a no. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to staff, what's the time period that the beach permit covers again?
Through the mayor, I believe it's May 1st to September 30th.
Okay, so you're talking about May, June, July. So this is a fee that works out to about, I don't know, let's say $4 a month. Is that fair to say?
Through the mayor, we charge for the season, but based on the number of months, yes, that's fair.
Okay. Well, as somebody who has the privilege of owning a car, and I don't think paying for $4 a month, which is these days about 2 liters of gas at the pump, I find that difficult to take as some sort of burden. I too get a little fed up with people who maybe unintentionally misleading people that we're charging people to go to the beach, because that's of course not true. The beach remains free. The beach remains incredibly busy. I'm down there as much as any redhead should be allowed to go there. So not too frequently, but I do run down there, and the beach always does seem busy. I don't know if people forget this, but the reason we did this is because the ward councillors wanted things like more security, wanted to charge out-of-town visitors for parking and things like that. And then when we realized that all the administrative costs, we added the very nominal fee for parking to cover those costs. And I think Councillor Ratzlaff already pointed out the tax stabilization reserve is really an inappropriate, completely inappropriate place to fund this from. I still don't understand why we want the 80% of residents who don't go to the beach in their car to subsidize those who insist on driving their car to the beach, to save those people $4 or less a month. Again, as Councillor Retzlaff also pointed out, they're still going to have to get the permit because we want to restrict out-of-towners, or at least charge out-of-towners to go down there. So this has always been confusing to me what the issue with this is. But it is an election year, so much like the last decision, I'm sure we will make another bad decision on this one. Again, I just think it's a pretty standard user fee. But, you know, whatever. We got to get those votes. So that's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Well, I wasn't going to speak, but now I have to. First of all, Councillor Dodge asked for this a long time ago, and she's asked for it multiple times long before we started charging for passes for this season. And we got a little bit of revisionist history in terms of the ward councillors. The ward councillors were not leading the parade to charge for beach parking, and I can speak for Councillor Garcia, myself, Dodge, and Phillips, because we were all in the same room being kind of browbeaten into bringing forward these fees. And there's good arguments, and I listened to them, fair enough. But you could also make the case that if we're going to be consistent, we're going to charge for parking everywhere. We're going to, at all our parks, at the arenas, at the pools. So I don't know why we're specifically picking on the beaches. But anyway, I'm in support of the motion that's on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you. Director Christie, for the fees that are charged at the Kiwanis Aquatic Center, do any of those fees go towards parking?
So through the mayor, the fees.
Oh, sorry, okay.
The fees that are paid at the aquatics, or Kiwanis Aquatic Center as an example, Seymour Hanna as another, generally cover some of the operating costs. In theory, they may get into some of the fixed costs of the building. Those do include maintaining.
But it doesn't go directly to the parking fund?
Correct. They are separate from the parking reserve.
Right. So as Councillor Williams said, if we are going to charge for beach parking, maybe we should charge for aquatics and hockey and everything else, which would create a real firestorm with our residents. But anyways, I will definitely support the motion. One thing too is we have residents who will park their cars on the street because they don't have a parking permit, and sometimes the parking lot is not full because they don't have that parking permit. Well, now the parking lots will be full, and if they're free, and maybe there won't be as much parking on our streets. As far as in Councillor Williamson's situation at Lakeside Park, he does have a problem where the boaters will stay overnight or weekends or things like that. I don't think that should be free parking. There should be some kind of a fee for a seasonal rate for boaters if they're going to do that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just I guess to staff, is that number correct? Upper limit of 221,000. Is that going to cover potential repayment and costs to cover? I mean, we're already running on a deficit on this. I'm wondering, is that an appropriate amount?
Perhaps I can begin and maybe defer to the Acting Director of Financial Management Services. So the estimation was based on a table that's on 3 of 7 in the report. So those include additional staffing for in-permit sales because in our experience, a lot of the volumes tend to be in person. Additional parking enforcement, just to, as I said, we haven't done that. Really in-depth analysis of traffic flow, which might be impacted by a higher volume of resident beach passes. Traffic control through August for the same reason. Some vendor fees, foregone permit revenue fees, as well as the refund check issuance. So that table is that estimation. If some of our volume estimates, which I don't believe they're overly conservative, but if they don't reach those, then the upper limit is intended to use up to that limit. If we don't use any funds, we won't take them from the reserve. But as I said, the volume analysis is based on past experience.
Thank you for that. It's helpful. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, is this going to impact like staff at the beaches, security, which we've needed at some of the beaches? We need it. Let's be honest. We've needed security at the beaches. Lakeside Park, Canada Day. There's a big brawl. Are we gonna still have security down by the beaches? Councillors aren't going to be going down to break up fights and such. So, but I just want to understand, like, is this, by removing this parking fee, like, is this going to impact, again, security and staffing, making sure the beaches are safe?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, perhaps I can begin if others have things to weigh in. Our primary concern is the traffic turnover. So when folks have the passes, it tends to reduce the traffic turnover, which could relate to a larger backlog of demand of people trying to enter the beach and there not being spaces available. So part of the reason why our suggestion to not go with 2026 was what it was especially at Sunset Beach with the upgrades, try to get a sense of what that flow might be and have time for additional mitigation measures. Should council want to proceed, we have included some mitigation measures within that costing in terms of additional parking enforcement, as well as additional traffic management. We won't know if that's sufficient. We'd have to learn from this season and potentially recommend improvements for 2027 if we did proceed with 2026. As I said, regardless of whether council decides to proceed with 2026 or not, we'll still bring that analysis forward for 2027. If you proceed with 2026, it'll based on learnings from, I guess, lived experience of trying this out this year. Otherwise, we would kind of do that more analytical approach for 2027. I hope that helps, Council.
Yeah, I think, that really does. I appreciate that. And one thing that you did highlight through you, Mr. Mayor, is traffic. The reality is the aquatic center, the arenas, the traffic flow isn't as chaotic as it can be at Sunset Beach and Lakeside Beach. It was this year for Game 7 against the Falcons and Fort Erie Meteors at Seymour Hanna, but there was still enough parking spaces where you didn't need security to bring cars in and out. I think we need the security. I think the $16 fee is appropriate. I have concerns of where the money is coming from, the tax rate stabilization. I do know it's an election year, so what a great thing to have on the agenda to discuss in an election year. But I think that it is an appropriate thing. Very concerned about where the money is coming from. Unfortunately, I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, the 221 cost, does that include security or security on top of that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we have not included additional security within those costs. So the costs, the mitigation measures are for parking enforcement and for traffic management. We would have to see the impact in order to forecast potential need for security.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments, just very briefly, I will say the comments about being an election year, I think that's actually kind of unfortunate. Councillor Dodge has been diligent about this for the last 4 years. I'll give credit to Councillor Phillips and Councillor Williamson, former Councillor Garcia, and now Councillor Mako. Frankly, the councillors in the beach boards have been very adamant about this for the last 4 years. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. What's the point of order? Oh, Councillor, for clarity, I was not discussing your comments. I understood that, yeah. I just think it's unfortunate. Councillor Dodge has been very diligent throughout this debate, going back into the last term of council, and I just want to make sure that that's clear and on the record. With that, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Townsend.
No.
Counselor Stevens.
No.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
No.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
No.
Counselor Kushner. I'll give him a moment. Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And Counselor Kushner. We'll pass on that. And that's 1, 2. Counselor Kushner, are you able to unmute yourself? Counselor Miller, sorry, Counselor Kushner, can you hear me? I can see you.
I'll move the staff recommendation if possible.
We're not at that point. Just give me a moment to think.
Sounds like we are.
Just for clarity, we're trying to make the decision as to whether Councillor Kushner is currently in the meeting or not. If he's in the meeting and he doesn't vote, that's an abstention, but the ruling of the clerk is?
That he's in the meeting, but he's unable to participate, so I would not consider that to be abstaining.
There, I'm unmuted now. And my vote is no. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we
thank
can.
you.
Thank you, Councillor.
And
Right.
that loses on a tie.
Okay, I'll move the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Mako is not here. So Councillor Miller, at this point, there is no need for an alternative. The staff.
Well, to accept the staff report, I guess.
Okay.
Like on consent, like we would have if it hadn't been moved.
Yeah, it's a motion to accept the staff report.
Yeah.
Received for information purposes. So we'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
So to receive the report for information, Counselor Mako. Oh, sorry, Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips. Counselor Ratzlaff. Counselor Stevens. Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
No.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Dodge.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, Council, I'm going to beg indulgence. Regional Councillor Bateman has been very patient in sitting here throughout the evening. She does still need to speak. She is technically 2 items from now, but we have nobody speaking to the next 2 items. So can I thank you, Councillor Dodge. All those in favor of altering the agenda, thank you. So at this time, I'm going to call Regional Councillor Haley Bateman to bring a presentation. Councillor, we would like to thank you for your patience throughout the evening. We're much nicer around here to one another than we are at the region. Yeah. Councillor, the lectern is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for moving me up. I appreciate that. So good evening. I said afternoon in my notes here, but it's good evening now, Mayor Cisco and members of council, and I thank you for the opportunity today to speak about the growing financial pressures facing the Niagara region as a result, I believe, of provincial downloading and an inadequate funding model. So across Ontario, municipalities are being asked to do more with less. And here in Niagara, the pressures are not theoretical. They are measurable, significant, and increasingly unsustainable. So over the past 3.5 years, I've had many conversations with each of you, some hearty debates. And as you step into the council roles, or people step into these council roles, there are going to be changes. And your responsibility has grown, not only for your city, but to the region as a whole. That responsibility includes major infrastructure, essential services, and provincially influenced programs such as childcare, public health, Ontario Works, ODSP, long-term care, transportation, and water systems, all funded primarily through the local tax base. So let me begin with development charges. At the start of each term, council sets these charges, knowing they cannot be adjusted later. They are a critical tool to fund infrastructure required for growth. However, changes introduced through the More Homes Built Faster Act have significantly reduced our ability to collect them. In Niagara, development charges for a single detached home range from $30,000 to $32,000. Based on recent housing starts, this has resulted in approximately 84 in 2023 to 52 million in 2024 as in constrained growth related funding. These are not small numbers. They are funds that would have supported roads, water infrastructure, and essential services. There's been no provincial funding to fill that gap. Instead, municipalities are left with 3 options: raise property taxes, take on debt, or delay infrastructure. And our infrastructure debt is already significant at the region, approximately $500 million. As we know, I think St. Catharines is wonderful because I think we care so much about people who are not housed in our community. So housing and homelessness present another urgent challenge. Niagara Region is provincially designated as the service manager and is responsible for shelters, encampment response, and supportive housing. Since 2022, we have spent multi-million dollars annually increasing our municipal contributions, costs that continue to be absorbed locally. I know you know that. Yet housing and homelessness are provincial and national issues. We are funding the response and not the prevention. If we want to see real progress, that must change. And our supportive housing plan offers a path forward, but it will only succeed with strong provincial partnerships. So I urge you to leverage your relationships to make this happen because lives literally depend on it. Emergency services are also an increasing strain. Niagara EMS serves 500,000 residents and approximately 14 million visitors each year. Rising call volume, staffing pressures, and labor costs have created millions in additional annual pressures. We currently have 299 full-time EMS staff and 169 part-time EMS workers. Notably, this 36% of EMS staff do not receive benefits. Instead, they receive a slight pay premium in lieu of benefits. Now, this means that frontline responders lack access to mental health supports. For emergency workers, that is deeply concerning. Additionally, EMS personnel are not covered under presumptive legislation, unlike police and fire, despite facing similar risks, and that's something we've been trying to advocate for. And importantly, when these protections are expanded, the cost falls onto the municipal taxpayers, not the province, although there is some shared there. Transit is another clear example of structural imbalance. Niagara's integrated transit system is essential for mobility, economic participation, and equity. Yet fare revenue only covers 10 to 22% of operating costs. And the remaining tens of millions of dollars are funded through property taxes due to the absence of stable provincial funding model. This is not sustainable, and it must change. We are also facing a significant infrastructure gap. Municipalities in Ontario own approximately 60% of infrastructure, yet we receive only 9 to 10% of our tax revenue. That gap is so significant. We're talking more than 50%. And that imbalance is at the heart of this issue. In Niagara, it translates to hundreds of millions of dollars in long-term needs for water systems, roads, and waste management. At the same time, we are a region that generates $3 billion in economic activity annually. We welcome 14 million visitors each year and contribute over $400 million in tax revenue to the province and the federal government. Yet there is no proportional plan to support the infrastructure and services that make that possible. This is something that the province has talked about through their Destination on Niagara plan. They want to double that. Environmental stewardship is another example. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority is now funded approximately 77% by municipalities, following a significant reduction in provincial contributions from roughly $174,000 to $90,000 annually. Policing remains the single largest cost driver at the region, with $251.8 million budget representing nearly 40% of the region's total spending. Recent changes have further expanded responsibilities for the Niagara Regional Police, including Great Lakes Patrol that was previously managed by the OPP. Public health, while provincially mandated, continues to require substantial municipal funding due to capped provincial contributions. In the region, it's just a quick example, with over 1,300 restaurants, strong public health systems are not optional, they are essential. At our public health meeting, we found out recently we're funded 59%. We were told by the province that we would be funded 75%. So these, taken together, these pressures tell a clear story that the Niagara region is facing structural and fiscal imbalance. We are responsible for delivering essential services, but we do not have access to the revenue tools needed to fund them sustainably. And that's why I'm calling for a new deal for Niagara. So a new deal would recognize Niagara's economic contribution, address the imbalance between responsibilities and funding, and reduce the growing reliance on property taxes to fund provincially influenced services. So in closing, I'll say that this is just not about budgets, it's about fairness, and it's about sustainability, and it's about the communities that we serve. It is also about ensuring Niagara continue to grow, support its residents, and contribute to Ontario's economy. And before I go, it is not my intent to run. I know we've dropped it's a municipal election year, but just since I have, my little soapbox here, Mayor, I do want to thank all of you for the relationships that we've been able to have over the last few years. I know we've had some really wonderful conversations. I know we've had some extremely difficult conversations. There was perhaps some choice language in our conversations, but to each of you, I really appreciate you. And obviously to the community, it was such a privilege to serve in this way, and I'm truly very, very grateful. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. A couple questions. We have Councillor Williamson.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Bateman. Is Niagara, do you think, treated more unfairly than other regions across the province? Or can you come up with that conclusion?
I think Niagara is unique because we are in my research, we are the #1 tourist destination in all of Canada, which is huge. And we generate a lot of money for the federal government and the provincial government. So I think we're unique in that way. With a population of approximately 500,000, yet we service 14 million. That is wild. And I don't think that we've really addressed that. And that, I certainly feel that as a regional councillor. Did I drive that point home enough? in my years, but I thank you for the opportunity to be here, because I really hope that as St. Catharines councillors, whoever is sitting in this seat, you're going to have to think very much regionally in how you do things, and we're going to have to fight for literally every dollar. So yeah, I do think we're unique in that way. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bateman, for coming. Just wanted to ask, are you modeling this after the FCM fiscal reform, as well as AMO, OBCM, Big City Mayor's Caucus? Just trying to, I appreciate you coming and making the case, but are you using the modeling and the data from those different organizations for this ask? Because they've been asking probably for the last 10 years.
Perhaps longer.
Yep.
So yes and no. Certainly, this is not my brainchild, asking for a new deal for municipalities. But in the position that we're in now, I've maybe perhaps 6 months left of my term. We really need to think about Niagara specifically, my opinion, and what, to Councillor Williamson, to his question, Niagara is unique. And I think that we need to be speaking to the province about that. I know often when we're in meetings, we're creating relationships with our MPPs and MPs if you're at FCM. But, we really need to take those moments and pull them aside and say, listen, like we are heavily underfunded. And to play catch up, our taxes are going to be wild. And I just want to say that many of the things I mentioned, like transit and all of those things, I'm a firm believer in, and the supportive housing, those are things that we desperately need. And I think that we're just underfunded.
Okay, yeah, I mean, because as a council, we endorsed the FCM new fiscal framework model 2023, I think. We all are, I think, on the same page when it comes to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bateman, for coming today. I should know this, but I don't pay close enough attention to the police budget. The casino money that Niagara Falls collects, like, how much of it goes to the police budget? Does any of it go to the police budget?
Oh, sorry. None of it comes to the region. We don't know. We've been asking that question for quite a long time. And we do not know. That is a question that I will be asking staff on Thursday. We have a council meeting on Thursday where I believe this motion will be coming up again. It did pass at corporate services, so hopefully it will pass at council as well.
That's helpful. The other point that I wonder if what you have thoughts on, but this has come up around this council, but just when expenses get downloaded onto property tax bill. Like, property taxes are a really regressive form of taxation. And I think it's lost on a lot of residents that how that works and how that puts additional pressure on people who are least able to pay for some of these things, whereas the province has the ability to collect taxes in a far more progressive way. So I just wonder, your thoughts on that, and just also to highlight it, because I think a lot of residents miss that point when we think about the different levels of government and how those taxes are collected. One's very regressive, and one's, a far better way of taxing residents.
Yeah, I get frustrated, and this is not partisan. It's the way things are right now. I get frustrated when I hear about the certain focus of governments, knowing the position we're in, and knowing how desperately we need support for things like housing, like supportive housing, which was a Mayor Cisco motion that I believe that he brought forward, like transit, right? Those are all things that our communities desperately need, and the people we rely on them, our federal and our provincial government, seem to be getting away from those and just leaving us to manage them. And I'm worried that we're losing that partnership, and that's what I would hope to strengthen.
Thanks.
Right, seeing no more, thank you very much, Councillor Bateman, for your presentation this evening. All right, can I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Harris. All those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
And that is carried. So we move on to item 8.1, Planning and Building Services. This is a continuation of the March 23rd, 2026 public meeting. Sorry, this is not a continuation. We held and closed the public meeting. The staff recommendation was moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Lindell. Motion is still on the floor with the same mover and seconder. The report was referred back to staff to provide details in response to concerns raised by residents, specifically draining, flooding, access to the green space, and exhaust fumes. Staff prepared a memo in response to this request. Are there any questions or comments with respect to this item? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
No.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 8.3, this was moved from consent to discussion. Legal and Clerk Services Office of the City Clerk, Procedure Bylaw 2024-155, Section M6.4, motions not appearing on the agenda. I believe Councillor Williamson is going to be moving an alternate recommendation. Do we have a seconder for that alternate recommendation? Councillor Harris. Any questions or comments on this one? All right, seeing none, I will just very briefly mention, I want to thank Councillor Williamson for bringing this forward. Those of us with long enough memories remember that this is the way it used to be written, and then it was changed in the last council, and I think this is a very appropriate change back to the original procedure. So I thank Councillor Williamson again for bringing it forward, and I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
There are no motions this evening. There are no, are there any notices of motion for this evening? All right, seeing none. We have one report request on the screen. It's from Councillor Williamson asking that staff prepare a report on the impacts of the provincial federal deal on eliminating development charges as soon as information is available.
Yeah, and it's not eliminating. They said they're going to come by 30 to 50%. It's not quite clear. And this may come through the budget process.
There are details still to be worked out, and Minister Flack last week was saying there was going to be details rolling out, so I think once those details come, staff...
That's fine, yeah. Thank you.
If I can make a report request as well, just one, but asking that staff report back on the feasibility of street honorifics, recognizing significant soldiers with the Lincoln and Welland Regiment. It was a request that came forward, and may be able to take advantage of the system we have. So those are the report requests. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. As people pack up, I will remind there are two time-sensitive in-camera items that we do need to get to, folks. Task force and committee minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Phillips and Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And to the clerk for the in-camera.
Motion to go into closed camera for Item 1, Economic Development, Tourism Services, Property Matter, Acquisition of Grantham Lions Park and Use of Parkland Dedication Reserve, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality. Item 2, Office of the Mayor, CAO contract, closed session pursuant to Municipal Acts Section 2392B, personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal local board employees, and 2392D, labor relations and employee negotiations.
Mover and a seconder. Harris, McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? In camera we go. All right, council has returned from in camera. Can I have a councillor to move a motion for the bylaws, A to J, save and accept G and H? Oh my gosh, sorry, yeah. Motions arising from closed session. First, we have acquisition of Grantham Lions Park and use of Parkland Dedication Reserve Fund. Moving in, I have Councillor Dodge. Seconding, I have Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. 15.2, the CAO contract. I have Councillor Phillips moving, Councillor Stevens seconding it. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Bylaws, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Harris is noted as opposed. Councillor Lindell and Councillor McPherson, and this is save and accept bylaws G and H. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. For the additional bylaws A and B, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Adjournment, Councillor Stevens, Councillor McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? Good night.